mortals, and welcome back to,
It's look. I did eventually realize that it's Friday, but I didn't realize until after I started stream. So we are doing Breath of Fire 4 again today. I've missed a couple of days in the last 2 weeks, so I don't feel that bad about eating the Friday stream by doing more Breath of Fire. Considering like we've been missing out on like the mainline content. That being said, I'm very much looking forward to doing more of the In Stars and Time game. I think that's a really cool game. But I'm not doing it today because I started the stream forgetting that it was Friday. That's literally the reason. I kept thinking back to it like and being like, oh yeah, okay, I'm planning the stream for tomorrow, planning what I'm gonna do, looking at all the math, doing all this different stuff. And then like periodically every few hours while I was thinking about it, I'd go, wait, tomorrow's Friday. I'm not doing this tomorrow. This is for Monday. And then immediately, but then I'm like, okay, well, go back to planning, go back to figuring out what you need to do, look at some math, throw the things around in your head. Okay, yada, yada, yada. Oh, right, tomorrow's Friday. Shit. This happened 3 or 4 times, and then it happened again this morning. So, it's fine. We're not going to worry about it. But next week we will definitely be continuing In Stars and Time because I'm really enjoying the game and I want to continue. I want to get further into it. But it's... And hey, I will say I've been absolutely forcing myself to bed at like 9 o'clock the last 2 nights, and then I'm up for like a couple of hours before I fall asleep. But I do fall asleep by 11 o'clock. I feel way better rested than I have been in like a couple of weeks now. It's been a pain in the ass, and like my eyes hurt a little bit, but they don't actually hurt. There's this like weird like phantom pain discomfort that's associated with like forcing myself to keep my eyes closed and like I'm not a child who's like clamping them down or anything, but like you get the idea. Point being I'm getting better sleep, which means that hopefully next week I shouldn't have any problems with streaming schedule. I do apologize. Usually I don't have this much of a problem anymore because usually I have an easier time. But I think that I think the disruption to my eating habits is probably a decent portion of the source of the real big spike in my insomnia over the last few weeks, because it seems to be like receding now to some degree or another. Because I got a wisdom tooth pulled. I don't even know if that was before. I think that was before I started streaming Breath of Fire 4. So for those watching the VOD, I got a wisdom tooth pulled, which was fine or whatever. Now, I said that I had planned out what I was intending to do, and that's a bit of a stretch. So, I was looking at the numbers, and I was looking at a variety of different things. And I kind of like the idea of having like 6,000 max HP on Quay. And unfortunately, Cray is slow enough that he would also need a lot of investment under Najomo to be able to make it matter. And he could also have like 7,000 HP or whatever. So I think there's a decent chance that I am going to just continue forward, keep tanking EXP on Nina, and not actually level anyone under Najomo any more than is absolutely necessary. If I have to eat some levels on Quay, I feel much better like, getting to level 4 on Quay now, like, the next time that we get a Faolu segment, if that Faolu segment gives me a level, no, I'm not bothered by it. It's fine, right? We've got a nice master that is technically an optimal master in some contexts. So I'm perfectly happy to have Quay under the master that he's under. That being said, I feel like maybe I should move Cray off of Najomo and onto Una. Do I want to do that? No, no. Because Cray does have AP issues, and unlike Ciaz, his AP issues have already started. He only has 16 AP, and where Ciaz has like 40, and I don't need his AP to ever go up. Okay, did I have something else I wanted to do? Yes, I did. So the thing that we're going to do now is we are going to make an attempt at getting Risky Blow, because I think it would be cool to pick up Risky Blow, and so we're going to try it. This is a skill that we haven't picked up yet, and basically what we need to do is we need to break the shield of a bee and not kill anything. Does that do magic damage? No, it does range damage. So we're going to have 3 people attack the bee troop. Last Resort comes out. I really hate that for me. I probably should have cast Protect on her. Is that enough? No. Am I going to survive this? I don't know if I'm going to survive this. We'll see. You know what, we're going to have you rest. I want to see how hard this thing hits you for. If this Bilboa just kills me outright, I'm not sure if we're going to be able to manage this, but we'll see. That is an 800 damage hit, but that is not on somebody that is particularly relevant. That's not optimal. Okay. We need to do quite a lot of hits here. Oh shit! Don't crit. Okay. Okay, we're fine. So Risky Blow comes out. Love that for me. So, Nina has the ability to guard now. Urshan can guard. The goal is to just see Risky Blow come out and learn it. So we haven't learned it yet. I'm super glad that we're parrying. Risky Blow, we learned it. So, we have 2 targets left, which is great for me, because we got out. Nailed it. Okay, I think that we are on track now. I think we have all the skills that we're supposed to have right now. Perfect. That's exciting. Okay, we got Risky Blow, and I can actually remove some of these and put them back at the thing. She does not need Risky Blow. She has Shadow Walk. Let's see. Flame Strike is tempting to give to somebody else. Damage can increase up to 2 times. So we don't... Whoops. I accidentally pressed the right button. I don't think we need this to be equipped on you. Not that it matters that much. Blind and Chlorine and Douse are all fine, I think. So, do we have anything else that we need? I don't think so. I think we're golden. I think we've got everything, and we can now just focus on continuing up. I will say that I read a little deeper into what Dale was writing there, and there's another item in here that Dale didn't write down on the top. It's very funny. It's very, very funny. So, you know, such is life. Now then, we are going to pop over here, and I don't remember exactly what we're doing here. Assuming that's gonna be. Okay. I love it. Okay, does that mean that I can't actually do this? I think it does, right? Okay. So we do have to come from here. Bonk. Yeah, we're getting close to the point where we will have unlocked a master that we will another like permanent master. We're getting very close to that point, so. Once we get that master unlocked, we can dump Urshan and Nina under that master for the rest of the game. So just have like a real easy time of it, no problem whatsoever. So that's good at least. We're making progress toward that fairly rapidly. I don't know how many dungeons we have left until then. You know, but like it's not like that many pages of guide left until we get access to the thing that I'm looking at, which is nice. Okay, so you need to just drop down, I guess. Okay, pop over here. We're also getting close to the point where we get Monopolize. So when we get Monopolize, life gets a lot easier. Once we have Monopolize, we can do anything we want. The game really opens up a lot, because I think we get Monopolize after we have a permanent master for multiple characters. So at that point, we have multiple characters who have the ability to be leveling up, and we have the ability to get the EXP into them without wasting, like, the entire... wasting, like, multiple turns in battle killing every single party member. Ooh. Wait a second. Jump back down. I don't think... Oh, there it is. Okay. There it is. So I must need to come at it from one of those locations down there. So I proceeded to the platform that gets it to me. But yeah, we should need to be... I can't necessarily easily identify the orientation while we're up there, but it should be... It's one of the perpendicular ones, right? I would assume. So we'll get that done. That'll get us another item. It's crazy to me that the item that isn't on the list is an item that's in a chest that is like the most hidden chest in the zone. That's crazy to me. So presumably this will take us to that chest. There it is. Okay, we found a fighting robe. Could I have just waited until it went? I might be could have just waited until it went, actually. Oh, we went all the way down. Shit. Oh. Yeah. Alright. Other thing, though, is we found a fighting robe. I'm going to assume that that's usable by you. That is a 15 defense upgrade for our carry. We now have 60 nice defense. And agility. Was that agility? No, agility must have been 79 or something, right? Don't we have way higher agility? We got the funny number twice. Technically 4 times on this screen if you're counting, but how about that? How about that? Pretty cool. Okay. So we're going to walk to the top. I think we'll probably be fine for the boss fight. God, how about that for famous last words? But no, we'll probably be fine. We just got another 15 defense on Nina. I think what I'm actually going to do here is I am actually going to cast a heal on Cray because I want Cray to survive at least one turn to cast Protect on Nina, because I don't know how hard these enemies are going to hit for. And I am hopeful that if I just cast a single Protect, I can trivialize their damage. This is not a battle that I actually know the details on. I don't know any of the details because I'm lazy, and the things that I was looking at didn't immediately feed me the information I was looking for. And I was like, well, I couldn't possibly seek out another source of this information. That would be crazy. So I didn't. That is kind of literally what happened. So basically, the guide I was looking at doesn't have the name of the boss listed, and since it doesn't have the name of the boss listed, I can't look it up on the other guide because the other guy is listed alphabetically, not chronologically. So I just am like, okay, well, I don't know what the name of these things are. See that winged gondola over there? We use that to get even higher than we are now. If we do, we should be able to find the wind dragon. Well, let's go. Assuming it even happens here, which... no guarantee. That's far enough. Okay, that does in fact happen here. Did you really think you could escape? I don't think you fully understand the gravity of the situation, my friends. You, Cray, and Nina have greatly inconvenienced the Alliance. Define the Alliance. However, at the same time, you've also given us something we can use against the Empire. Your friend Quay there. Or should I say, your friend the Your-Eye Dragon. I'm willing to make you a deal. If you hand him over to me, we'll overlook your transgressions. What do you say? Hand him over? Are you crazy? Never. Really? Don't lie to me. You were planning to hand him over to the Empire yourself once you'd met with the Wyrm Dragon, am I wrong? What? The fuck are you talking about? But we're just... Quays are... Your what? Your friend? Your companion? Huff. What a crazy pull. Like, you can tell this guy is a total ghoul. I think he's being honest. I don't think he's trying to trick Quay into distrusting these two. I think this is just what he thinks. He fully believes this because he is nuts. This is like fully like deep state ghoul kind of bullshit where it's like, oh, well, obviously, the friendship, that's not a thing that exists. Also, like, you know, I am the Alliance kind of nonsense. Like, you've greatly inconvenienced the Alliance. The entire Alliance right now is pissed off at Ludia. The entire Alliance is kind of aligned against Ludia. So, like, his representation of things is very strange. If you'll not hand him over to me. But I don't think he's lying. I think that he's just crazy. I shall simply have to take him myself. This is a characterization that I can get behind. I fully get behind this characterization of a dude who's just like, okay, these things are called grunts. Okay, so give me a second because I am going to check their HP because I don't want to hit them with a cyclone and kill them all before I do anything to clear myself. So let's see. I'm not killing you in one shot. .72 power, so they barely have enough. Ooh, okay, we need to switch our gear a little bit. 72, 73. Okay, they have a variety of things that they can do, but I don't need to worry about the things that they can do. So, you are going to open the... You know what? Okay, Urshan... Actually, no, not Urshan first. First, we are going to go to you. You have a very important thing that you need to do. Specifically, you need to equip a balance ring. For no reason in particular. For no particular reason, we need to equip a balance ring. And then what we're going to do is you are going to cast Protect on Nina. And Urshan is going to attack Urshan, and Nina is going to attack Cray. Sleep comes out. I don't love that for me. I'm not protected against that. Look, I didn't check every ability they had, okay? So, Nita's going to rest, and Quay is going to attack Cray. I think I'll be fine here. Without Confused, I don't think I have to worry too much. Parry comes out, which is fine. Blind comes out. That's lethal. Okay. So, unfortunately, that means that you're going to just attack a random target for 0 damage, and it didn't counter you, which is too bad for me. Quay is going to attack himself, and I think I can just Cyclone here. I'm going to Cyclone. It takes 2 Cyclones to kill them. It might take 3 Cyclones to kill them. It takes, importantly, more than 1 Cyclone to do lethal. So, I think this is safe. Even if you fail to kill yourself. So Cyclone comes out. And Nina does outspeed. We need 3 to kill with 100%. So that means we need to cast a nice little heal spell. Unfortunately, we did not get that defense boost up. And without that defense boost, we might be in for some trouble here. Because Nina is taking a lot of damage on each of these rounds. But because that one missed, I can very safely survive this round. Since I can survive this round, I can get off a Cyclone on this round without risk. And I believe the max HP that any of them have is 1400, which I'm not fully safe in getting, but I should safely kill at least 1, probably 2, and potentially 3. We got 2. Okay. So, that one tags me. I am going to follow that up with a heal. We are not quite at full HP, but close enough for government work. That one is guarding now. And we are going to... I'm actually going to rest, because it used guard. And if it uses guard again, I'll have full HP and just like a little bit more AP. And we got 9 AP off of that rest. That's unfortunate for me. I don't love seeing that. Okay, so I do have less HP than I had just a second ago. You know what, I'm going to keep resting. It has the ability to use guard, and it also has the ability to miss. So I'm now in a slightly better position. We Cyclone, and that's going to be lethal with pretty close to full HP. Why is it important to have pretty close to full HP? Don't worry about it. Don't worry your little head about it. Okay, we do get a level on Nina, which is not great for me. But, you know, such is life. That is so much. Oh my god. She's getting 8 wisdom naturally? She's getting 4 power. Holy shit. Okay. It appears you're stronger than I thought. But how long can you hold out? What? Wait. CS? Oh. What? You mean you're breaking our contract? But why? Why would you do such a thing? There's no merit in it for you. Why do you side with them? I don't know. I just felt like it. I guess. Enough of this! Kill them all! Let's go. That's very cute. I like that as an answer. It's just like, hey man, I don't know. Does this hit? Oh god, okay. I don't know if that's going to hit Ciaz. I assume that it will. So we're not going to AoE. Can we get a... Can I get a protect off on Nina? I'm gonna see if I can. I guess I can cast Barrier on the first turn. Just for shits and giggles. This will give me a little bit of protection. Okay, that only hit for 400 damage. So, we should be okay. Ooh. I would love to get this... I'd love to get this Protect off. If I can get this Protect off, then... On who? Okay, we didn't get the protect off. It's fine. I would prefer to get the protect off to not getting it off, but it's fine. In theory, we don't need to actually do, like, anything here. In theory, Ciaz will just end the fight for me. So I can actually... In the previous fight, I needed to get turns where I could... deal damage. Okay. I was not expecting that. Interesting. I wonder if the barrier reduces the chance for those to land. Because... I'm immune. And we're resting, I believe. You did not... Do you have a different weapon equipped now? 10 AP! Oh my god! You do have a different weapon equipped, question. Yeah, oh yeah, you do, right, because I never actually got that other weapon in this playthrough. We are going to rest again. Stop using multivitamins, please. I need... Somebody kill Quay, please. That's not Quay. Thank you. Okay, the barrier halves that. We get the rest off, we're golden. Now, Ciaz had better not get EXP from this, or I'm going to be very annoyed. I do not want Ciaz getting EXP here. We are going to... I can't use Cyclone, unfortunately. I probably can. It probably doesn't matter, but I don't want to use Cyclone. We're going to hit this grunt with Sever, which does 256 deeps. Come on, hit the same target, please. There we go. So we've now done about 900-ish to that. Physical damage reduction is great. Does nothing, even if it actually hit. Blind comes out, does nothing. We cast Sever. Okay. You better not auto-target Ciaz. We've taken out one of the two targets that actually deals damage. So... should have an easy enough time now. Is there something interesting that I could steal from Ciaz here? Let me take a look here. I'm kind of curious. And by kind of, I mean very. So, Ciaz... steal nothing, drop nothing. Okay. One thing that I think is very funny about video games is that it's very common... I say video games, this is very specifically like a JRPG thing. But one thing that's very funny about JRPGs is that you will often have to fight your party members in battle, either because they get mind controlled and turn against the party, or because... Ooh. That's 300 damage. Jesus. Okay, we're rejuvenating. Holy fuck. It's a good thing we have plenty of AP. Shining Blade comes out, please kill that grunt. It's not dead, okay. It's fine. Okay, double attack comes out. Don't love that for me, but it's fine. Hopefully this is lethal on this thing. Because I am actually in danger of dying in one round with, like, almost 500 HP. Because the Fire Blast into a normal attack combo is lethal. This would have been lethal if it was paired with a Fire Blast. I'm not gonna Shadow Walk. I'm not gonna Shadow Walk. Okay, we sever the last grunt. It is kind of funny that the answer to the question, how long can you survive, is probably longer if CS doesn't show up. Just because of the very particulars of, like, I'm not able to AoE. Their AI pattern changes when one of them dies. So because I'm not AoEing them, and killing the 2 DPS targets before, oh, okay. Sure. I guess I could have predicted that happening, but that's not a safe thing to predict. I guess it would be a safe thing to predict if I looked at CS. If I looked at CS as AI. Okay, let's take a look. When turn number blah blah blah, ability is 8 out of 8. When turn number -1 is divisible by 3, except the first turn. Oh. Okay. So he actually does... So he's invincible, so that's good to know. He also, when his turn number is... basically, he's choosing whether to use multivitamin or shining blade. Whether, depending on turn number, it has actually nothing to do with where my HP value is at. So it's just like completely random whether he attacks with that or... Okay, well, so any turn that he does a Shining Blade, he could not have used a multivitamin. And vice versa. It's alright, CS. After all, it was your job to watch us, right? Besides, you helped us in the end. Thanks, I knew you were alright. Yeah, I don't think CS really did anything wrong. Like, yeah, CS was just, like, doing a job badly, which is great. Look, when you're like working for the evil empire, even though, I mean, this is the local evil empire. Okay, there's 2 empires, they're both evil. Okay, don't worry about it. When you're looking for the evil empire, do a bad job. Don't quit. Just do your job badly. You don't want them to hire someone competent to do your job. Do your job, but do it badly. We'd better get out of here before they come back with reinforcements. You'll recall, at the beginning of the movie The Incredibles, Mr. Incredible does not quit his job at the insurance company. Instead, what he does is he does his job badly. He tells the people how to get around the bullshit that his company is trying to pull. He does his job badly. He doesn't quit. That's the key. That's the key. He then attacks his boss. Don't do that. Do not physically assault your boss. I actually don't remember if he does that. I haven't seen that movie in so many years. So don't attack your boss. But do your job badly. Unless your job is a job that, like, is, like, a good job to do. Like, I don't know, like feeding people or whatever. It's fine to feed people in the evil empire. That's a good job, even if you're a member of an evil empire. Don't worry about that. I'm talking specifically about when it's your job to do bad things. Wind Dragon's up here somewhere. Hey! Oh, that's not a dragon. Ooh! I need to get out my fishing pole! I don't actually remember what your name is. Is it Pung Ryong? Which I didn't get a pronunciation guide for, but I probably should have. You know it's pronounced worm even if you spell it with a Y? It's not pronounced Wyrm. It's pronounced worm even if you spell it with a Y. It's crazy. I just looked that up today. Today I learned. My little winged one, thou who art named your eye dragon, we have awaited thy coming. We wanted to talk to you about the dragons. Hey, is Quay a bad dragon? Oh, you have like an elephant nose. That's awesome. Thou seeketh knowledge. Thou wishest to know of Quay's true nature, yes? I don't think that Anthe is getting up in this thing. This seems like a rough ride. Eh? Mayhap this form be more fit for thine eyes. Quay is one of our kind. He be one of the Endless. You mean he's not an ordinary person? He is a dragon. In thy terms, he is like unto a god. I mean, he's like unto a dragon in thy terms, actually, because, you know, their terms would be dragons are gods, right? In the terms of the world outside... Oh my god, they're not talking to the characters, they're talking to the players, oh my god. Yet he is, at the same time, mortal. At least for now. Oh my god, you would say that maybe he's trapped halfway between divine and mortal, and thus serves... Oh my god, it's a Christian allegory, I just realized it. Oh my god. Quay is a god? The eyes. We of the Endless are summoned to this world by mortals. They that summon us have power o'er us. 'Tis they who determine how our power shall be used. 'Tis their desires that shape us. The Endless be not good, nor be they evil. The Endless are... I love that, actually. That's a great line. The Endless are. Period. That's a good... Especially for something called The Endless. Well played. They become gods or devils, according to the desires of those who summon them. That's a really shitty existence, I'm not gonna lie. The Yorai dragon, having been brought to this world only recently, be like unto a blank slate. He hath neither form nor purpose as of yet. You mean the Empire was trying to summon Quay so they could start another war? With the power of a god on their side? We knoweth not the answer to thy question, little one. However, the Yorai dragon, he whom thou hast named Quay, is incomplete. To become whole, young Quay, thou must journey to the place of summoning. In respect of our bond, I shall carry thee there. What? Are we gonna ride a dragon? Are we gonna have dragons riding dragons? These mountains be in the heart of the land. At the base of this crag thou wilt find a hamlet. They who have passed the spell of evocation from generation to generation, down through the ages dwelleth therein. Seekest thou that village, that thou might learn of the Endless, and of thy true nature, Quay. Mighty Pongrion, please wait. If Quay is one of they who endure, what should we do? Listen, O child of mine, that thou might learn wisdom. We possess a power so great that thy mind cannot fathom it. Indeed, a power so great that here we are as gods. And yet, how that power is used, be it for good or ill, rests in thy hands, little one. For this world is thine, not ours. But now, thou needest knowledge, that thou might understand the events that are to occur. Thy paths have crossed with Quay's. Thou art as much a part of this now as he is. Boop. Okay, bye. Paths, huh? Yes, well, for now, we should go to the village that Pongryong told us about. You know, that checks out. That checks out. That's a good plan. Are we going to run into random encounters while we're on this mountain? Nope, we're fine. Okay, so we can save the game. And we are in a new section of the game. So, unfortunately, Nina's gotten a lot of levels. You know? It's not optimal for her to have gotten this many levels, but it isn't that bad, honestly. The master that she's going to settle in eventually is going to really cripple her defense growth. So, it's not bad for her to have some levels where her defense is not crippled before she gets to the point where she's going to have crippled defense. It's going to be very funny having Urshan under... There. Give me a second. Is it you that I am looking for? Oh, that's not good. No. It's this thing, right? Okay. I don't think the blue caps have anything that I need to worry about. There shouldn't be any new abilities from those. There is a new ability that is available here, but it's not available from these. So, how do I get to there? Okay, I guess I'll just walk there. That checks out. Okay. Got some more blue caps. This is an ability that's not on my list, but because it wasn't in Billy's guide. Billy has a list of these things, and not all of them are, in fact, the earliest available opportunity to do a thing. So we'll see how it goes. Is this just going to lead me to a chest? So we have Bill Bulls. Do they have a new thing for me? Is that on the Howling, huh? I guess I should probably be paying closer attention to what they're doing. Bill Bull. No, they're not on the list. On the plus side, they can't confuse my entire party because I'm immune to confuse on one character. Okay. Those kids sure are having a good time out there. Now, we're gonna go out this side and see if this is just a chest or something. Let's hope it is. Okay, this is actually useful. I can't turn at all, so I can't see what the consequence of this would be. Okay. I guess I'm supposed to do this? Nope. Okay. Ooh! Ice Beak. Those look so cool. What a rad creature design. That's fucking rad. Alright, we have a little bit to go. I'm gonna basically do this. There's gonna be items here. I don't think that... Okay. Oh. Okay. Interesting. So, I guess I didn't need to leave because that was not relevant. Yeah, we haven't seen the creature that I'm looking for yet. Can I actually do anything with it now that I think about it? Do I even have... I can, yes. Okay, we're golden. We're golden. I can get the enemy's skill that I'm looking to get here. We keep pushing you. So my guess is that I'm going to need to do 2 different things here, 1 on each side. Okay, that doesn't help me, but it's not like I could have done anything different there anyway. So... It is very funny that it, like, stops the entire, like, engine to wait for the ball to roll, but it only rolls, like, a few feet. This is kind of, like, a wild way to do this. Considering how little, like, opportunity you have to turn, to, like, change the direction of this thing, this feels slow for the sake of being slow. Okay. So, we're going to pop down here. We're probably going to just have to come back through here. We got the asbestos armor. Love that for me. Let's check here. Okay, it doesn't look like we need to worry about anything. We're just going to plop the thing down. In this case, I do need to check which side of this I should be on when I push it. So give me a second. Is this works fine? So we just push it like this. And then from here, we just push it immediately. Okay, that gives me to here. And then from here, I can, what, jump down? How do I get to there? Interesting. My speaks are just straight chilling. How would I get a thing in position to get me there, is the question. Okay, that exits out. That's not optimal. Which side of the peak do I show up on? Okay. How does this work now? I have to redo this entire puzzle, but backward, I think. This shit better not be missable or I'm gonna be very upset. Give me a second. I have my missables thing up. No. I remember this. There's nothing listed that's missable until a very identifiable area that this is not. So So that means that this isn't missable. Can I push you up? Okay, I can just push this up. Like, weird, but sure. Alright, so that gives me 500 Zenny. We then leave and come back in. I unfortunately need to... I was not expecting this to just pop me out so quickly. Actually, give me a second. I'm not going to go all the way back if there's nothing that I missed in there. I guess I did miss an enemy skill either way. So, give me a second. I don't actually know if I missed anything. Wait, I don't actually see the creature I'm looking for. The creature I'm looking for might not actually be in here. So I might not have actually missed an enemy's skill here. If I go from here, then I think I can actually just get back to the other side. And then we can basically just search the beginning area, because the beginning area I accidentally progressed immediately. There we go. But yeah, I don't think there's actually an enemy that I need here, so we're just looking to check for items. And unfortunately, I can't even trust the list, but so I don't remember whether we got the first few items on the list. But can I zone this direction? Okay, yes, this should have a chest in it. Because this is a place... This is not the one that I came through. Yeah, there we go. Okay, we got an icicle. I believe that's the last item here. I don't think I need anything else. So, we should have everything. None of it's missable, but... I shouldn't have missed any of it regardless. So, none of it's permanently missable in the sense that I can't come back for it. But I believe that we've picked up all the items regardless. I do like to get all the items first. That is my preference. No, wrong way. Because we can now just head back out the way that we just came in, rather than needing to go to the other exit. These dungeons are so tiny. Do I think I'm going to be able to get Nina under a proper master before she levels again? Probably not. I've been getting so much EXP from these bosses that I would be fairly shocked if I was able to get through to the next thing that I need. Because I do think that I need quite a bit to get to the next to the master that I'm looking for. So we'll see how it goes, but maybe we get another level or two on Nina. But hey, at least we shouldn't have to get any levels on the Persian, right? We don't get many visitors here. Most people don't even know this village exists. Something very important must be happening in the outside world, or about to happen. This village is called Czech. That means holy place in the ancient tongue. Yeah? How do you know the non-ancient tongue, if I may ask? Also, why are you all children? The gods are referred to as the Endless. This is because they do not change with the passing of years, nor do they die. Humans are called they who pass, because they are mortal, meaning they change with time, grow old, and eventually die. Cool. It's a cat. Cats are called they who are assholes. They say everyone who lives here has special power. They say they can summon the gods. Do they now? Do they? What? Why are there only children here, you ask? Oh, we're not all children, you know. You know, I did just ask that, and you did not explain anything. This is the Abbess's home. Can I help you? Trade in a weapon? Bastard sword, a true warrior's weapon. Has the same effect as... Oh, you can just buy asbestos armor here? That's kind of funny. Slight resistance against magic attacks. So what does trade in a weapon mean? Okay, this is just trade. Okay, gotcha. What did I need to do? Oh, I was going to look at the asbestos armor. I assume the asbestos armor gives you fire resistance. I mean, it almost certainly gives you cancer, right? I guess not. So, the people who made the armor got cancer making the armor. The people wearing the armor are fine until they take any damage, at which point the asbestos fibers will be damaged, and you'll be inhaling the damaged asbestos fibers, and then you'll... Fun fact about asbestos. It's broadly fine as long as it isn't disturbed at all. And the second that it gets disturbed, whether you're doing construction or this, that, or the other thing, it's very bad. Do you know the secret of this village? No. Since the beginning of the world, we have preserved the secrets of the spell of evocation. The knowledge of how to summon gods. You know, it's not much of a secret if you just tell everyone who comes. Though, I guess if nobody shows up, it is in fact easy to keep the secret without needing to act. Funnily enough, the secret of the village is maintained by the fact that literally no one comes to the village. And nobody here knows how to keep the secret, because why would they? Why, you're the Yorai Dragon, aren't you? Which god has guided your path to our humble village? The Wind Dragon said that we should come here. Pungryom told you to come here? That would mean you must be from Windia, yes? Oh, I'm sorry, my eyesight isn't what it used to be. So they are not in fact all children. Oh, I can see you just fine. I just can't tell what you look like, that's all. That is an excellent distinction, actually. Now, I will say, so as someone who is not, like, blind, this is an interesting distinction. So, a lot of people think that, like, someone who's, like, legally blind, for instance, can't see at all. But often they'll be able to make out shapes. They can kind of tell what their environment looks like, in the sense of, like, okay, there's a big object here, there's a big object here, you know, like, there's some vision. It's just that there's so little detail that, like, you can't do anything with it, right? Like, there's very limited detail. And I think the definition of legally blind would apply to people with that level of vision, right? You're legally blind at a level that is significantly before total blindness. Like, your eyes simply do not work. Like, it's as if you had your eyes closed, even though they're not. Legally blind as a term refers to a level of disability that is, rather than like a technical state of your eyes are off, right? So anyway, it actually makes perfect sense to me to think of someone whose vision is bad enough that they have no idea what any of these three blobs that walked in look like, but can go, oh yeah, there's 3 people here. Or there's some number of people here that just walked in, right? The light level in the room certainly just dropped. I know that might... I don't think that's what she's talking about, but it is interesting to think that you could... That's a reasonable thing to say. I know that might not make much sense, so I'll try to explain it. The fact that her eyes are literally closed certainly doesn't help. You see, each of us has a powerful force inside of us. Those attuned to it can see it. To us, it looks like a pillar of shining light. Each person's light is different. Its color, size, the way it glows. All these depend on the person. This pillar is each person's life stream. The path their life will take, their life force itself. When people come together, their streams intermingle, join together, and that in turn creates another new stream. Now, the stream of one of the Endless is very large, very powerful, so powerful it can affect the stream of the world itself. Any stream that gets close to such a large and powerful stream gets caught up in it, affected by it, changing its original intent, direction. The largest of these streams, the ones that can affect all of the others, these are what we call gods. Some of what you said we already know. What we want to know is, what should we do now? Well, I think perhaps once you understand where the dragons come from, and their place in the world, that question will answer itself. Well, they are gods, and we know what we do with gods in this house. Kill the gods. Guillotine. For now, however, you should rest. You must be tired from your long journey. We'll talk again later. I do not like the idea of an entity that is as powerful as one of these dragons believing that it is its, like, duty to be an amoral agent that just is like, I don't judge good or evil. My power is a tool to be used by others. That's the thing that needs to be destroyed. That right there, that needs to be destroyed. A power that is fully amoral definitely needs to be gone. Nope, that's okay. Go away, please. Quay! I didn't want the others to hear me, so I had them sleep. Here in your dreams, we can talk openly. Okie dokie. I know what you are. You can't hide it from me. Well, you did call me... Yeah, you told the others that, too. The real question is, who are you and where did you come from? For centuries, we here in this village have summoned gods. Summoned the Endless to this world. Pung Ryong, the Wind Dragon. Ni Ryong, the Mud Dragon. Sal Ryong. I really need to learn how to pronounce Ryong, apparently, because that's what they're all called. Ryong, it probably just means fucking dragon in Korean, right? Is that what it means? Korean. Nope, that's... That's so funny. There's just a person that it's giving me. It's just some random actor. Okay, so pronunciation. That's not how you spell pronunciation. No, that's a name. This is a Korean name. Korean dragon. It keeps giving me the Korean characters. I love it. Okay. Can you give me, like, whatever the equivalent of... It's something akin to this. I would probably... It's so funny that on Wikipedia it gives you the, like, anglicized version of one of the words for dragon, but not for the other one. It just gives you the Korean for it. And it's like, man, I can't read those characters. Why doesn't this have a pronunciation guide in the article? I don't know. I don't know. I will probably ask someone that knows Korean at some point in the near future. It was we who brought them here. But you are different. You were not summoned by us. What are you? Who brought you here? Quay does not know the answer to that question himself. Hey, Urshan, how's it going? That is what Urshan says. What? But how? Are you also one of the Endless? No, Urshan is Urshan. I can sense your aura. It is a god's, but it's weak. Like it's being dampened somehow. Are you sealed within that armor? Yes, that is why Urshan says to let her out now. Ha 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 ha. Bwah ha 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 ha. It would appear I laughed at an inappropriate time. Urshan. Quay has a very cute sleeping animation. The little curled up sleeping animation. Like it's a great look. Like, I have mixed feelings about the art direction of this game. Like, it's not really a style that I'm aesthetically that interested in, but they did a great job with a lot of the visuals, I think. But Cray, you mean you're going to trade Quay to get Arena back? I didn't say that. All I mean is we get people talking about gods and changing the world and stuff. It's too big for me to understand for any of it. You are literally a head of state, Cray. You cannot pull the same bullshit that the fucking burglar pulled in the previous game, okay? You are a head of state. This is, in fact, your shit that you have to deal with. You're the one who decides how the fucking dragons work, okay? This has been established. So no, actually, you specifically are not small enough to say this. You have to do something. This is your shit. You have a direct responsibility. Don't talk crap. Never forget, this man is the chieftain of the fucking Warren. It's not like we can all stay together forever, right? What were you thinking? Well, I was thinking that since Quay has no place to go, once we found my sister, maybe we could take him back with us. Good morning, Quay. They're both thinking about this from, like, the wrong perspective, but both of them are thinking about this from the perspective of a peasant. And neither of them is a peasant. One of them is a current head of state, the other is a future head of state. These two people are not peasants. They cannot act like this, right? One of the great things about Nina from Breath of Fire 3 is that she takes her responsibility as the princess seriously, and because she is directly at odds with her parents, her responsibility is anathema to the power structures that would give her power. So she doesn't behave like a peasant. She behaves like, for lack of a better word, someone who believes in noblesse oblige, right? The obligations of the nobility. That's what she behaves like someone who has obligations but who doesn't actually have the power that you would expect from her station, because her station is granted power through the king, and the king she's at odds with, right? She's directly at odds with the king. In this, she's not at odds with her father. She, like, the politics of this setting is interesting because none of the characters is acting like their station demands that they act. The king is acting like it's not an act of war for Ludia to try to kidnap his child in his borders. Ludia's sending soldiers over to kidnap his daughter and acting like they have the legal authority to kidnap the heir to the throne of Windia in Windia. That is insane. And there's nothing made of that, right? Everybody acts like they're tiny, like they're just small. I'm just a small being. I'm not anyone important. I'm just the chieftain of the Warren. How could I have any knowledge of how we're supposed to handle this religious shit? And it's like, well, guess what? You decide the religion of your fucking kingdom. Because you're the chieftain. If the Warren get a dragon, who do you think is going to decide how that dragon is used? The dragon that is in Windia, its
position, its hierarchy, its position within the society of Windia is determined by the royals. They put the dragon where it is. The dragon has said explicitly, mortals decide, not us. All of the structures, the wind tower that's been built so that you can go to talk to the dragon, the fact that in order to get into the wind tower, you need to get the thing in the basement, all of that was constructed not by dragons, but by people in the exact position that Cray and Nina are in. And those huge structures, those things that were constructed, they're acting like they have no part in. And it's very annoying. These two are very annoying characters. Nina less so than Cray. Cray is like acting like he's not the chieftain of the Warren. Nina is not currently the head of state, so she has a little bit of leeway. And also she's saying things that are less like... She hasn't said anything that crazy. She's just acting like someone who has not been properly prepared for her role as monarch, which is that her not having that education is, broadly speaking, the responsibility of her parents, right? But anyway, point being, that old woman said you should go see her once you woke up. Well, you're up, so let's get going. I'm telling you. No kings, no queens, no lords. We won't be fooled again. Also no gods. Okay, well, where is she? She's not in her house. Oh. No, she is. Looks like they're gonna do something. You know, maybe I should have gone outside and saved. I thought we were going to talk about what we should do next. What's up with Urshan? It would appear you all have a stronger connection to the Endless than you believed. Urshan here has something in common with Quay. They're both one of the Endless. You mean Urshan is also a god? Of course! I've never seen anything like this myself. That's why I want to release Urshan. Maybe then we can learn what's occurred. Release? You mean Urshan's trapped inside that armor? It would appear to be so. At least that's what she says. Will you help me free her, Quay? 100%. Place your hands on Urshan. Close your eyes. Wait, am I going to be solo? In a dungeon? Oh no. Reach out and touch Urshan's mind. Oh no. Wait a second. Oh no. We're not alone. Okay. Okay. Can you hear me? You're now inside Urshan's mind. Everything in here is missable. If you want to come back to the waking world, just come back to this place and enter the light. The real Urshan, the one that's been locked inside that armor, should be somewhere at the heart of the dream world you're in now. If you can find her, you should be able to free her. Good luck. Okay, so let's go. Conveniently, everything in here is missable, so we can just go to the missables guide. And there are... Interesting. We have, I believe, 3 items that we're looking to pick up in here. Well, that was helpful. Okay, we have Gulpers. Gulpers actually have an enemy skill that I should be trying to learn. So they have a 1 in 8 chance of trying to cast it. They don't have the AP to cast it. Since they just... I forgot about this. Since they did offer me the opportunity to do this, I think I'm going to try to get this ability from the Gulpers. Because we can just leave, we can go save, and then we can try this. So the Gulpers have a kind of interesting ability that probably isn't going to be of any use, but is is kind of interesting. So we'll see how it goes. We're going to save this under Mysteries Highlands or whatever, and is that supposed to be Mysterious Highlands? It probably is. Okay, and we will go over here. We'll pop up here, do this. Urshan will be free at last. I wonder what she looks like. I sure do. So we're going to try to get this skill. I'm going to see basically how much of a pain in the ass it's going to be. And then we'll make a decision from there. It can't be as much of a pain in the ass as I would think it would be. Okay, so we can't jump across that way for some reason. Okay, we got the first item. Okay, we have 3 of these creatures here. So what we're doing here is we are going to cast Rest. Who has Snooze? You have Snooze. And then you cast Heal. These look like undead, but they have, I think, 2 holy resists. I think they have 4 holy resists, so I think that this should heal. Yes. It also gives them 1 AP. 1 AP is exactly enough to use the ability that I want them to use, and not to use anything that costs more than the ability I want them using. So we're just going to guard this turn. Stone Pillar comes out from that one. This is probably not lethal. Not enough AP. God. Oh my god, we got it! I cannot believe we got it! The first round? Okay. We learned Ebonfire, let's go. We never ended up learning that on Breath of Fire 3, but we got it on Breath of... Oh god, please, I need to escape. I think we're fine. Oh, they can steal quite a bit of AP, actually. Oh my god! Well, you can cast for days. Okay, if they can steal that much AP, then this actually wouldn't be that much of a pain in the ass to learn anyway. Oh my god. This is concerning. Okay, Leech Power comes out from the one that had a lot of AP. So I think we're fine. The other one only has 5, so I don't think it's going to cast anything that kills everybody. But yeah, we're just going to walk right back out the other door, and we're going to save the game. So Ebonfire is a 50 base power spell that is non-elemental. And that's it. I don't know if it can combo. It's non-elemental, which makes it kind of uninteresting as an ability. It doesn't really have enough. It doesn't have like enough base power. So like when you think of like non-elemental abilities, you think of them being very powerful because they're non-elemental. But actually, being non-elemental makes them weaker in general because they can be used against a wide variety of targets, but they're still like they can only do neutral damage, right? So the thing that makes spells like Ultima or Shadow Flare or Megidolaon, I think. It's a long word. The thing that makes them strong, and the last one not so much actually. Megidolaon is actually not very strong in the Shin Megami Tensei series generally. It's only strong when enemies use it. Is the fact that they have very high base power, right? So there are games in the series where you can get Almighty Boost, in which case it actually you can get some good work done with the Megiddo line. but it's not most of the games in the series. It's just not a very strong spell line. But it's good for clearing out like really weak enemies, hypothetically, because you don't have to worry about resistances at all because it's making it up. Point being, this is a 50 base power spell, which isn't particularly high, but it might be useful because I'm as low level as I am, and because I don't have some of the other stuff. I don't actually know how... I don't know what the base power is for some of my other spells. So let me take a look here, because someone in chat yesterday linked me a GitHub thing that had a bunch of different information on it. Do I not have that open anymore? Do I not? Did I close that? I must have closed that. But anyway, that's actually how I know the base power of Ebb and Fire. Unfortunately, it didn't seem to have as much information as I would have wanted it to have. Let's look at my history. Do we have... There we go. We do have this. So, if we look at... If we look at spells, can I look at elemental spells? Wind, Cyclone. Cyclone is a 30 base power spell. So that's good to know. Basically, Cyclone is 30 base power. Let's take a look at Sever. Sever 15. Sever's 15. So that gives you an idea. We'll be doing about 60% more base damage with Ebb and Fire. So against bosses, for the immediate future, because of the fact that we're basically soloing, so we don't get combos or anything. Interesting. So there's multiple things to get onto here, it looks like. Oh, I need to hit the thing. Cool. Please. Alright. That did not help me at all. So it looks like I'm getting off on... Oh, okay. Huh. Wait a second. There's supposed to be 3 items that are missable here. No. I did not read the entire thing. So no, we're fine. This is missable. We've gotten the missable stuff. We're fine. As you can see, I'm trapped here. I'd really appreciate it if you could get me out of here. Your hair seems to not be trapped, though. Your hair's coming out the bottom. Are you Urshan? Who else do you think it could be? Of course I am. Now get rid of those pillars and get me out of here. Oh. Good to know. Well, it's a good thing, I guess, that we picked up the thinger. Let's look up this... Is there anything that I need to... I guess I can't steal or anything, so who cares? Well, hopefully we're fine.
Okay, so we are looking to basically just tag this down. They are going to use exclusively magic. I might get fucking obliterated here. We'll have to see. So, one of them is weak against wind. I'm going to try tagging a cyclone because I don't know how weak it is against wind. And it's my hope that we're okay here. We're going to go ahead and cast Protect. And you are going to self-destruct. Actually, you know what? No, you can... Who did I just cast Protect on? So we get the Cyclone off. How much damage does this do? Did 1,100 damage to the one in the back. Okay, I love that for me. So that one's using Sever. That's going to be lethal. So I do in fact take physical damage during this fight, so it's good to cast Protect if I can. Flare comes out. That's going to hit for kind of a piddling amount of damage. And you're going to do Rock Blast, which I might be weakening. That is nothing. Okay, we're fine. So, next turn, same as the first, they regen 600. So since they do regen 600, we are going to have to do more work. I think I go for you next, because this should do enough damage between the two of them. Wait, I can combo a physical attack from a cyclone? That one's toast. Shining Blade comes out. And that's a 600 damage. Okay. We've done 3,500 damage now with a combo. Which is good. Because we needed a big combo. Okay, Ice Blast comes out. That is single target on a target who probably... Okay, is not resistant to ice, actually. Okay, so that one's regenerating 600, and we are going to quickly cast a nice little heal on Nina, and Ciaz is going to... Ciaz is going to self-destruct. I believe Ebonfire will trivially... This is interesting. If I hadn't gotten Ebonfire, this might be a difficult fight for me. I think with Ebonfire, I can two-shot these with no problem. It's a good thing we got it on this character, too, huh? Okay, we Ebonfire on this one. And that is... how much damage? 855. Ooh, we're not going to two-shot. Because 600, we're going to maybe four-shot it? Something like that? It's going to take a while to kill this, actually. Okay. Wait. You're not regenerating? I only saw a heal on the one in the back. Huh. I wonder what that's about. Whoop. That one is also not regenerating now. Wait, are you weak against fire? Use a flame strike. Do they stop regenerating? Is only one of them regenerating at a time? Or sorry, is only three of them regenerating at a time, and one of them is vulnerable at all times? This class comes out. Ooh, that's a big hit. You did not regenerate. Huh, so I could just kill it here. I'm not going to. I'm going to cast Rejuvenate. I'm gonna look this up because I'm very curious about this. We need to quickly cast Ebonfire on you. And then I'm gonna look at our enemy thing, and this is what, the heal? Initial status regenerates 1200 HP. It has a steal and a drop rate of 7, so it drops those automatically, I believe. This is incorrect. Is there another version of this? The AI is wrong for this. It doesn't have the actual AI behavior of this enemy. That's interesting. What is the... Azius also isn't... That's super interesting. Wait, am I gonna get 10,000 EXP? It's way too much EXP. Poor Nita. Ugh. Look at all that, though. Look at the beautiful, beautiful item list off of that. Finally! I thought I'd never get out of there. That hair, though. First, let me thank you for helping me. There's still one little problem, though. You see, well, I don't have a body. That means I can't leave here. That's why I want you to find me a medium who can loan me a body, okay? Don't worry, this is where they summon gods and whatnot. There's bound to be tons of mediums out here. There's gonna be tons of mediums for days. Once you get back out, you need to find me a medium. Oh, and try to find a good-looking one for me if you can. Okay, buddy. Okay. Sure. I cannot imagine taking on the role of having your brain subsumed by a god's brain is crazy to me. Like the ego death of it all, like it's just creepy as fuck. Incredibly disturbing. Yeah, I was thinking that we needed Ebb and Fire to be able to burn through their regen, but it turns out we don't, because their regen stops when you kill the others. And the AI guide, it's not complete. It does not have any of the information on those enemies. It doesn't indicate when they lose their regeneration, because they clearly lose their regeneration. Like, there's something going on with the code of that enemy group that is different than the others, so the coding for it is not in the thing. Maybe it might just not be in the AI thing. It might be handled in a different way completely. But for whatever reason, the information in that guide is not correct for that enemy group. I've called for a medium, as was requested. Abbess, I'm ready. Rem is the strongest medium in the village. Hello, the Abbess has told me what's happened. I'll help you as best I can. Alright then, Rem, go sit down in front of Urshan. You should make contact with the Endless any moment. Oh my god. Horrifying. Huh. I was hoping for a better body than this. Oh well, I guess it will have to do. Rem, or rather Urshan, can you tell us about you and Quay? What are the two of you doing together? Hey, wait just a minute. I've been cooped up in that armor forever. I'd like to relax for a while, okay? How about giving me some food and drink? Is this any way to treat such an important guest? Where are your manners? Okay. Okay, Urshan. You've been resting there now. I'll bring you over some food in just a second. Oh my. You know, I'm gonna say Falu spends a lot of his time in this game with his shirt off. Sorry about that. Got a little smoky there, didn't it? The oven ain't what it used to be, I'm afraid. Interesting. I wonder if the smoke... Oh, you know, that might be a trauma response more so than like an actual like vulnerability. Because he's like gotten set on fire so many times. It's like Urshan is a completely different person outside the armor. Well, can you blame her? I mean, being stuck in that armor for so long. I wonder if Urshan has finished eating yet. We should go check and see. Okay. There's no response. Okay, well... that checks out, considering she's not in there anymore. Do you all have anything new to say? Nope. That's... all well good. Let's go save. Let's save... It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. What's the worst that could happen? Did the food meet your satisfaction, Urshan? Look, you wanted to talk to a god, right? If you ask me, this comes with the territory. Every god needs an offering or two, right? Very well then. Now will you tell us about Quay and Urshan? Alright. Quay and I are not human. Yeah, no shit. Now, who here knows what that means? Raise your hand. How about you, little birdie? Do you know? Well, that means you were summoned here, and you're what other people call dragons or gods, right? Well, I'll be. You do know. Not bad, my little chickadee. I mean, if you were paying the slightest bit of attention, everybody's been saying this for like 6 hours, okay? Like, everybody knows this in this room. Do you know who you're talking to? God, it's almost like you weren't here this whole time. Jesus. Paying zero attention. We are called, summoned from other worlds and brought here. But do you know why we're called? Well, do you, kitty? Alright then, imagine the world as a giant ship. What happens to the ship if there's no wind? Ship can't move? Very good, maybe there's hope for you yet. That's actually not sure. So, what happens if the ship doesn't have any wind, actually, is that the ship will instead move according to the currents of the ocean. It will continue to move because the water in the ocean is continuously moving. There's a reason you need an anchor to keep a ship in one location. Anyway, we're like the wind. We move the world. Now imagine what you could do if you could control that wind as you pleased. That's why we've kept this village's location and what we know a secret. Were the ability to summon the Endless to fall into the wrong hands, it would be disastrous. Whew, it sure is a good thing that we don't have any spies or anything in our party who would like immediately go narc to their boss and has said as much to it. It's fine, I guess. Whoever can control the dragons can control the world. He did give back the money, so probably not going to do it again. Which is why I need to know. Who betrayed our secret? Who summoned the two of you? We were summoned by the foe Empire. The Empire knows the spell of evocation? Not exactly. The Empire has come up with its own methods of summoning. That's how Quay and I got here, but it's not perfect. They brought us here, but we were incomplete. I wasn't able to manifest completely and got stuck in that armor. As for Quay, he was split into two by his summoning. He was split in twine. Oh, you're wearing a shirt again? Pfft, loser. What are you doing wearing a shirt? Take it off. I actually do think his model looks way cooler without the shirt. It's like, you don't need it. Lose the shirt, buddy. You're a god. You don't need clothes. That's my personal opinion. Gods don't need clothes. Everyone here works hard for a living, not like them young folk in the cities. Do you not have children? Hey, don't be talking to me right now. I be counting these beans. This by the way is like this is why like rural areas are so fucking reactionary. Because they all have no idea what people do in cities. Nothing like fishing on a sunny afternoon, huh? It's like all the people like being mauled and mangled by factory machinery. Because like if you think about like the setting here, this is like pseudo-industrial, right? Like this is like as we're moving into the industrial era, these people have objectively easier jobs than almost anybody in the actual cities, because the people in the cities are being killed by the machinery of their labor. They're like, see this kid here? That kid would be fed into a fucking machine and lose their limbs. Hey, you're that fellow that Mammy's been taking care of, ain't you? Who are you? Where'd you come from, huh? We don't take kindly to strangers here. Ryong? Wait, are you calling him Dragon? Mammy, what you be doing with this here? Because it's also a name. It's also a name in Korean, but I think it also just means dragon. It certainly is the title that all the dragons have. Do you know he's a dragon? Did he call himself that? How'd you get this name? I thought I told you to stay in the house and rest. You should not be walking around like this. This here be my cousin. His name's Ryong. He was at Kyoin and got hurt. See? Came back here and I've been taking care of him. He'll be staying with me till he's better. He got hit on the head, so if he asks any funny questions, just be nice and answer him, okay? Come on, Ryong, let's go. I wonder if there was originally the intention to have more of this dynamic built up. Because I feel like we've only seen, like, very short snippets here, and I wonder if there was originally intended to be more of it, or if the short snippets that we've seen are just there to demonstrate that he's been here a while, and so they've got a dynamic that they've built up over time. Maybe? I'm not really sure. Oh boy, I did not mean for the landlord to find out about you. There will be repercussions? Well, it'll probably be fine. As long as we keep pretending you'd be my cousin. You should be worrying more about yourself than me. Your wound ain't fully healed yet. You shouldn't be walking around in the first place. Okay. Going back. Split it to two? What does that mean? I can't imagine. I can't imagine where the other half is. You mean there's another Quay out there somewhere? Is he in the Empire? Yes. But Quay and his other half aren't separated only by distance. They're separated by time as well. By time? Are you saying that Quay's other half is... No! Yes, Quay's other half, the other god, is the first emperor of the Faux Empire, Faolu. I don't know if I buy that. That doesn't track. That doesn't track with what we know about what's going on. I don't buy that. Hey, back to shirtless. Calling you my cousin was the first thing I thought of, but you really be... Never mind, forget I asked. Once upon a time, a long time ago, there came to this earth a god named Faolu. Many were the nations of the world then, and they did make terrible war upon each other. The people of those lands prayed to Faolu, that he might create for them a world at peace, a world with no war. Faolu heard their plea, and gathered together the nations,
and thus did he forge them into an empire. And thus did Svalu become the first emperor. But then, after having used his powers to achieve this feat, he fell into a deep slumber. For Svalu was not complete, not whole. However, even as he dreamed, Svalu realized a terrible truth. Even were he complete, he would not be able to fulfill all the people's desires. Indeed, and why not? For people are... I'm sorry, I have no idea what the hell you just said. If you couldn't tell from just now, I don't have the book learnings. All them words you using, I did not get a single one of them. I be just a simple farmer. I do not ken what you be saying, but I cannot stand it to see you look so sad. It is pretty sad. Like, that is an interesting dynamic. Like, he comes across as very arrogant, and he certainly... Well, I don't know that arrogant is necessarily the right word when you're a god, because, like, arrogance is, like, unearned. And, like, he kind of, like, forged an entire empire with his god powers or whatever. So, like, okay, like, arrogance is potentially the wrong word, but, like, it's interesting because, like, he is sad. Like, he's like, I am here to do what the people want, and it's not a task that can be done, right? Like, I don't know. I think that's an interesting angle. One of the walls on Mammy's house, there's got a big crack in it. Better tell her so she can come and get it fixed in winter. Oh. Huh. That's pretty true. What about... Is that, like, foreshadowing something? Hey, don't be talking to me right now. I be counting these beans. If you be looking for Mammy, she'd be working down the field that away. Ain't nobody works as hard as that girl. Ain't nobody works as hard as that girl. I know you be Mammy's man. I mean cousin, am I right? Yeah, you be Mammy's man cousin, yeah. Literal baby. Huh? Now that'd be an odd question to ask. This here be Son village capital. Oh, that'd be far off to the east, friend. That be far off to the east. You ever fish, son? Yes. That's what I figured. You got the look in your eyes. You know what's funny? Faulu probably has never fished. Is it Faulu or is it Folu? I've been saying Faulu. With the presumption that it's a foreign word. If it was Japanese, it would be like fo, but like I don't think it is, right? I think he's foreign. So anyway, I don't know. I don't know for sure. I'm going with foul for now. It might be something else. If and you will be looking for the mountain, this be the path you need to take. Okay, why would I be looking for the map? No. Wrong! Jesus Christ, man! Where you been heading off to? You should be up, not yet. I must journey to the capital, to Chedo. Wert thou wise, woman, thou wouldst have nothing more to do with me. Thou shouldst not involve thyself in mine affairs. But if I didn't want to be involved in myself with you, I wouldn't have helped you in the first place. Get wrecked. Destroyed in the marketplace of ideas with facts and logic. If you'd be looking for that, okay, where was that noise coming from? The animals around here don't get violent lately. First they was just going after the crops, but now he's attacking us too. It's back! If we can catch that monster, I'll make sure it pay for what it done to us. What monster?
second, actually. Where's my missables? Okay. Okay, Papan. Oh my god. We had Maman and we have Papan. Okay. I love this music, by the way. This is such a great battle theme. You know, I've just realized that this dragon form mirrors the way that he looks for most of the game, because he spends most of the game with his shirt off. Are you vulnerable to frost? Probably not. So we're gonna see how many levels Ryu gets off the back of this. Probably not that many. I don't imagine that the XP gain is going to increase by that much, but there's a decent chance that we're going to get at least to level 4. And that's fine. We now have a master that is, like, fine to use for a few levels. But I do think for this first run, I am going to prioritize doing... whatchamacallit. That's interesting. I'm going to prioritize just doing the maximum number of levels in the master that I actually want to be under, rather than... "'Twould appear this be not a monster, but in truth a normal beast of the field. Mayhap this was the result of exposure to the powerful ore of the Endless." Mayhap indeed. Mayhap indeed, Sirrah. Okay, wait. That's not what we want. We go back here. Okay, we got out. There is an item there that we need to remember when we come back here later. You killed that thing? You the fellow that Mammy's been taking care of, ain't you? I heard you still lied up in bed all hurt, but looks like you're better now, huh? Ryung, is you alright? Seemingly so. Ooh, but even if Kuei's other half is the first emperor... He's dead, right? I mean, it's been centuries. Not necessarily. If he is also one of the Endless, he would not die easily, and certainly not simply by the passing of years. So where can we find him? Even if she knew, Urshan has been asleep ever since she finished eating. Doesn't that beat all? That kid's turning out to be more trouble than I thought. Maybe more than he's worth. Kuei! I don't think of... Wait, did you just use Ray's line? I don't think of Kuei as trouble or anything like that. Yeah, Kuei is being really a dick right now. Like, this is a level of, like, what the fuck is this coming from, man? Like... Kuei is very special, and we've just gotten caught up with him, that's all. I don't know how to explain it very well, but the reason I'm here with Kuei right now is... It's because I want to be, that's all. Well, no matter what, we need to find out more about what's going on. The only way to do that is to talk to Urshan some more. Let's go, she should be awake by now. Let's go talk to Urshan. There's no response, but there are lights. We got lights again. Okay, can I save? Are you gonna let me save now? Please let me save. Please let me save. I guess I saved during the foul loose section, right? But yeah, we're gonna save the game. All good. Oh, it's not one phrase. It's 6 mysteries, and then Highlands is the location that I'm in. Okay. Those are 2 separate things. Okay. Got it. Urshan, wake up, please. Looks like she ain't getting up for nothing. Well, there is one way to wake her, but forcing a god awake is not the safest thing to do. Were she to wake up in a bad mood, the result could be unpleasant for us. She can be woken the same way you freed her. Simply travel into her dreams and wake her from there. Do you want to try? I would love to try. Very well, then, as before, lay your hands upon Urshan and close your eyes. As before. This can't possibly go wrong. What could possibly go wrong? Waking up a sleeping asshole dragon. Okay, we've got a different setup here. Okay, that's... You know, these are missable, but they don't make it easy to miss them. These, you know, this is my kind of missables, you know? Just looking at this, it's like, okay, you know, yeah, I could miss you. If I tried. If I tried real hard. Yeah, these basically have a 1 in 8 chance of using any of the abilities that they have. And the... and they don't have the AP to cast several of them, right? They start out with 8 AP, and then on turn 1, their maximum AP is multiplied by 5, I believe. So they have 40 max AP after they have been after the first turn starts. So Spectre, huh? Is that? I don't think that's on my list. But just because it's not on my list doesn't mean that it doesn't have an enemy skill, to be clear. Wait, did we not level up? I think we didn't level up. It doesn't matter. It actually doesn't matter. But it's cool that we didn't level up. Look at us. We have 3 EXP left. So, you know, I was thinking that she looked very Greek. I'm not gonna lie. She had a very, like, God, what's that character's name? Megara from Hercules? When did Hercules come out? I'm gonna Google this, because, like, they look so similar. Hercules movie. It came out in 1997. And this came out in 2000. This character design could legitimately have been informed by the character design of Megara in Hercules. Like, that's a reasonable thought. The Chippendales dancers. Drat. I was just having a good dream and you have to show up. You humans have the worst manners. I'm sorry, Urshan. There's something we wanted to ask you. Let me guess. Oh, mighty goddess, tell us what we should do. Am I right? Huh. That's always the way it is, isn't it? Can't figure it out for yourselves, so you come pester us. I'm sorry. You know, I'm not gonna lie.
she's got a point. Like, she does have a point. Get a fucking agenda, man. Have a project that you're working toward. These two have no personal desires. They are just, like, drifting in the winds, asking, like, random, strange gods to tell them what to do. How many times has Nina asked for everyone else to tell her what to do? Think about it. Breath of Fire 3. When did Nina ever say, "Oh, tell me what to do"? Never. Never happened. She always had a clear goal in mind. She is rock solid in her intention. She's like, okay, Cupcake is not a bad dragon, and I'm gonna fucking prove it, and anyone who says otherwise is gonna get my black magic up their ass, okay? This is what's gonna happen. This is the world that I am seeking to create. And in this one, there's nobody, they're all just drifting. And it's just like, come on, man. Get an agenda. What's up with this world anyway? I've never heard of a world where they needed to summon gods in the first place. It's also true. I mean, why can't you handle your problems yourselves? Why do you have to drag us all the way here to do it for you? Also true. I guess there's no use complaining about it. What's done is done. It's not that we don't know. You, Cray, you do not. You do not know how she feels because you are an idiot and you are anti-intellectual and don't want to understand how she feels. You have actively said that this god shit is something that's too complicated and so we should just give a god to the Empire. Like, I'm sorry, Cray? No, you do not. It's just that we're kind of at as a loss of what to do, you know? Because we don't want to think. Because we are actively attempting to not think. This is again, coming from the character who actively said, I don't want to think about or understand this god shit. Let's just get rid of the god, like, deposit him on someone else so he's someone else's problem. Like, that is the character who's saying this. I bet you are. I guess I would be too, but with two incomplete gods following you around. But understand this, my striped friend. What happens to you is tied up, and what happens to your little friend Quay there? Quay is the missing half of the Emperor. He was meant to become one with the Emperor and use his power for the Empire's benefit. If the Empire manages to control a god, it'll mean another war. We can't let them have that kind of power. What will be, will be. Still. If part of the Emperor is in Quay, that means that part of Quay is in the Emperor. The two halves will meet. That destiny cannot be changed. However, if Quay is as strong as the Emperor then... If he's as strong as the Emperor, you mean he might be able to stop the Emperor from doing what he wants? Something like that, little bird. But what do we have to do to make Quay stronger? Don't worry, there's a way. For that, though, I'll need to wake up. That means you have to get out of here. I can't wake up as long as you're in my dreams. Cool. Since this is a dream, we can pose like this as long as we want and not get tired. Days is so beautiful. She's like something out of a dream. Come to think of it, so am I. I love this guy. Since she was trapped here so long, Days is kind of letting herself go in her dreams. I'm better looking than you, and I've got more muscles. Oh, you have the dragon's eye. See, that's how you're able to walk in people's dreams. This world revolves around Days. We're so happy to be given the chance to serve Days. What? We all look alike, you say? That's because this is the kind of man Days likes. Only one type? Okay. Boring. Oh, Days, you're so beautiful, like a goddess. Go on, get out of here. Unless, of course, you want to stay in my dreams. Hey, man. Looks like you're having a great time in here. You know what? I actually don't think that's true. That, to me, is a very, like... It comes across as a very, like, adolescent fantasy. Right? Like, it, in the sense of, like... I don't think that there's any real satisfaction to be derived from that kind of a fantasy. Like, having, like, a horde of, like, nameless dudes who are all identical to each other, who are all, like, you know, this particular style of devoted to you, like, that are all worshiping in you this way, is just kind of sad. Right, like the dynamics of that are just like, you don't want, like, I don't know, like a dozen different people that have different personalities who all have different reasons why they're into you or something. Like, you have a harem, but it's all the same dude. Why not just have a dude? If you're not going to have any diversity in your harem, what's the point of a harem? Right? It's crazy to have a harem of a guy. I don't know. Like, even as far as harem fantasies go, it's, like, juvenile. I could have used a little more sleep, but I guess there's work to be done. Well then, shall we go? What did it just tell you? You're gonna need help if you want to go through this. There's a shrine out here you could use to summon the Endless, right? What? Oh yes, the Yorai Shrine. Okay, wait, why is it named the same as me? If I wasn't summoned at the Yorai Shrine, why... What? We have to call the other dragons. Dragons were once gods just like us. You can say we're distant cousins. We'll call them and ask them to help you out. Does this mean that you'll help Quay as well, Urshan? I suppose so. It's not like I've got anything better to do. By the way, you can keep calling me Urshan if you want, but my real name is Days. Days? Urshan is what that armor called me. I think it means master in the language of the Empire. Anyway, we need to be, which explains why you're fine with us all calling you that, actually. It's like, yeah, you can keep calling me master if you want, but it's not actually my name. That's just the title that is correct and good. I don't have access to my full power in this body. I'll need you to protect me. Have you ever had access to your full power? Because you've never not been in this body. Okay, Urshan's still got no response. It's fine, it's fine, it's chill. It's chill. We're not going that way, because that is, in fact, not the way out. So we're going to pop out. We're going to save the game. So, we now have 2 new areas we can go to, apparently. We save the game. Okay, there's an exclamation point. Alarm! Alarm! Urshan! Urshan, where are you going? Why are you leaving Urshan behind? Oh, brother, you mean you can still move? It would appear so. This is the armor I was trapped in, see? Some of me, my power must have rubbed off on it, enabling it to move and talk by itself. Hee 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 hee. I am saddened by the fact that you have left, Urshan. Oh yeah, I couldn't be happier now that I'm out of there. Good riddance, I say. Urshan? I mean, Days? Are you sure you want to just leave him? What? Is Urshan's pronouns just randomly change as soon as Days leaves the armor? What the hell? What's with the new pronouns that are randomly being drawn out? No one has ever used masculine pronouns to refer to Urshan until this very second. This is the first thing that we've used mass pronouns for them. Are you kidding? Talk about man as default? Oh my fucking god. You want me to get back inside that tin can? Forget it. You can just stay where you are. You're a suit of armor. Start acting like one.
Does this mean you no longer need Urshan? Huh? Well, I see. It would appear that was an inappropriate time to laugh. Nina, what should I do in order to act like a suit of armor? Well, let me see. Armor is meant to protect the person wearing it, right? If you ask me, that's what acting like armor means. For now, Urshan, I think you should wait in the village until we get back. Wait in the village until, like, your absolute asshole of a master decides that... Let us, like, massage the ego of your master before we figure out what the hell we're gonna do about this situation. It is also... So here's another thing that's interesting, right? So Days told Urshan that Urshan needed to act like armor. And Nina, when asked by Urshan, who is a child, question mark, like is a sentient suit of armor that does not understand anything outside of being dominated by this real asshole of a person, says, how do I achieve the task that was set to me by Days? Rather than Nina saying, you need to set your own goals, she instead goes, oh, well, armor protects people, like the people wearing it, I guess, right? Does not have any thought of maybe don't listen to Days. Maybe define yourself outside of what Days wants you to be, because Days does not care about you. Right? Maybe you should do that. But she doesn't. Which is perfect characterization for this version of Nina. Because Nina doesn't have any personal agenda. She doesn't have a goal. Like, Cray and Nina don't even particularly seem that invested in their task of getting her sister back, right? They now just are just kind of drifting along with this dragon stuff, but they don't feel like they're champing at the bit to get back to like solve this problem, and instead they're asking other people to tell them what to do, but it's like. They're not asking what to do in like a sense of how do I accomplish this objective. They're asking, well, I'm aimless. And it's like, no, you shouldn't be. You have a person you're trying to save. How do you use the fact that you have a dragon to save your sister? That's the angle that you and Cray should be coming from, but you're not. And they're just kind of... They're kind of exemplars of, in some ways, like the worst of humanity, in the sense of, not like the worst meaning like evil, but in the sense of like not being just kind of like aimless and drifting with the wind and not like wanting anything. And so they're not striving for making the world better, right? They just don't have a vision of the world in any way, shape, or form, including on like a micro level of their own personal lives. Understood. Urshan will return to the village. Like, they really do have, like, full-on peasant brain. Right? Like, of, like, okay, well, the thing that I will do is the thing that my god king tells me to do. Feels so strongly to be the way that they behave. It's just crazy. Like, I have no idea how they managed to go on this, like, adventure in the first place. And there's the implication that like they've been drawn into the like the nexus, the influence of the dragon, which if that's the case, if the reason that Nina and Cray are the way that they are is because of eldritch horror reasons, where their own goals and desires are being drained out of them, but not being replaced by anything because Quay
also doesn't have a personality and doesn't have anything he's trying to accomplish. So, like, the way that, from an eldritch horror perspective, which I think is not an unreasonable way to present this, because Cray and Nina were very focused on their goal. They were very focused, very fixated on their goal for the beginning of the game. And as soon as they get sent back to here, they're completely off kilter. They are completely unfocused, not trying to do anything. They feel almost befuddled in a way that's kind of interesting. So, if we were to interpret this as an eldritch horror, right? We have the endless. The endless is a great descriptor for, like, eldritch horror, right? Like your fucking Yog-Sothoths, that kind of thing, right? So if you think of this as an eldritch horror situation, their individualism, their individual values are being drained into this, like, this basin of Quay. But Quay doesn't have any goal. And since Quay... So, like, you would think of it as, like, okay, if they were with Faolu, they would all be like, we're gonna fucking take back the Empire, we're gonna destroy the traitors, because they would have their own individual goals drained away and replaced. Can you tell that I'm writing a game about gods and a little bit of mind control? And don't worry about it. Their personalities would be drained away and imprinted with Faolu's desires, right? That's being brought into the sway of the dragon. In this context, instead what we're seeing is it being drained away, and there's just nothing to replace it, because Ryu, Quay, as, like, the kind of protagonist that Breath of Fire games have, is this kind of, like, empty vessel of a protagonist, which means he doesn't have an agenda, which means that they don't have an agenda anymore. And I think that might be the best way to interpret it, and the way that is the most what's the word? The most good faith interpretation of these characters for them. Like, the way that Nina and Cray come off the least bad is, strangely, that they have been mind controlled into subservience by a being that has no goals. That's the best way to describe. That's the best way to explain their behavior in a way that doesn't make them look bad, and that's kind of embarrassing for them. But you know what? That's the best case scenario. I will be right back.
I return. Wait, I say I'm like writing a game. I haven't done any work on that project in probably like 6 months. I haven't done any work on that project. I should probably do some work on that project. It's nice doing some work on a project. I should work on that. But is it ever going to be finished? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I don't. Look, I'm not an artist anymore, y'all. There was a time, but I would not give myself that label anymore. That's not. Unless I was being extremely generous to live streaming as an art form. And even if I was being that generous to live streaming as an art form, I wouldn't be that generous to myself in that category because I do nothing to, like... I don't think that I act as an artist in the capacity of live streaming. So... I think there are people who do live streaming who are very clearly artists. They're performance artists, very clearly. I would not put myself in that category because I am lazy and because I don't do the work of an artist. I don't think that the way that I would describe it is like the way that I treat the form is I'm basically acting. Oh, you look cool. I treat it. As being like, I don't know, like the friendly uncle in like a bar or something, right? Which is not really the goal. Okay, we do have a new enemy type that will use an ability that I can learn here, but I don't think I want to learn it right now, actually. Oh, baby. I'm not going to learn it right now for reasons. I'll explain the reasons later. I'll actually explain the reasons right now. Because the reason that I won't learn it right now is because the ability that I can learn is called Sacrifice, and it kills the target. It kills the user. So, because it kills the user, I would get EXP for learning it, and I don't want to get any excess EXP right now. So, we don't have a lot of EXP to play with on Nina. I would love to get far enough to get my next master available before we progress. Let's see here. I wonder who the master could be. I wonder who I could be looking to get as a master for people. Huh, someone who increases your int by 3, and maybe your agility and all of your other stats, and reduces and hemorrhages your defense? Where have we heard this before? Look, don't worry about it. It's gonna. Look, it's a secret to everyone. No one knows who I'm getting as a master. Don't worry about it. You don't know. You don't know shit. Don't even worry about it. Don't worry about a little thing. Let's see. We're moving on. And we're gonna go down here. Alright, that is a bot that looks very similar to the bots in the other game, but just with a weirder with a weirder art style. Alright, so we can go up or down. I guess we'll go up. What? Okay, Okay, is there any reason that I would need to go down there? Yes, I'm going to have to go down there for another thing. But for now, I don't need to worry about it. Okay, I stand corrected. I do, in fact, need to... I was thinking I could just jump down to that portion, but apparently not. So, do I actually need to walk all the way down? Let's see if I can jump onto this to get down. I cannot. That's some more shit. Okay, fine. I guess I have to go down there and then push a switch that will allow me to do it up here. Question mark? I assume. Should go great. Yeah, we're on the cusp of getting access to some very, very strong stuff. We are going to be getting access to like free leveling. Okay, so we have 2 different places to go to, and is it 2? We have access to several places to go to. I believe what we're looking for right now is to get... I think I'm just going to stand on that pillar and then let it go down. And that'll get me access to, hopefully, a chest. Oh god. Can I just walk on this? Shit. That's not what I wanted. Okay, so... the controls are a little jank, but that's fine. It's fine. Is that a Probot? Doesn't look any different than the other bot. Whatever. I'm not gonna worry about it. Because Protobots in the other one... oh wait, no they don't. I'm thinking of tank bots. Okay, this is just in the middle. Don't worry about it. I can control this video game. I can definitely control my movement in this video game and not wander off in random directions. Okay. So we go here. Nope. That's wrong. I'm gonna fuck this up. Okay, you know what? We're just gonna walk right back to the start because we botched this badly enough. Whew, boy. I am real bad at controlling this game. Man, I really miss the Breath of Fire 3 way of handling this shit, where you do not run into random encounters while you're doing the puzzles. Imagine the life we could live. Okay. Also, the thing that has the most similarity to this puzzle in Breath of Fire 3, you can reactivate the timer at will. I'm just going to point that out. You don't have to wait for it to end before you can re-hit it, I don't think. Wait, can you? No, I think you do have to wait for it to end. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Many such cases. And then we just stand right here. And what does this give us? Gives us a chest. 2 magic shards. Another chest with a soul ring. And then we can just drop down. Alright. We drop down, we reset the thing, We got a bunch of bots here, all exciting stuff. But yeah, I do need to remember that I am walking on a grid, and I do tend to forget it. And this happens in Breath of Fire 3 as well. In Breath of Fire 3, I also forget that I'm walking on a grid. Okay, we go here. And this time, all we need to do is run straight forward, I believe. Yeah. So, this is where the Endless are summoned. It's permeated with a powerful aura, I can feel it. Countless dragons. I bet we'll be able to speak to the dragons here. Don't worry, it's not that hard. Remember how you freed me from that armor? It's just like that. Alright, here we go. Close your eyes. Shaggy. We're empty. Oh! Hey, buddy. What is this? I feel a presence! Tis like unto one of the Endless. I mean, what do you mean tis like unto one of the Endless? But you don't recognize literally yourself? Okay. Say... Ah! That's not the button. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Sometimes in life, you take a nap accidentally. What is this? It's like one of the Endless. Well, time for a nap. It's time to take a nap. Foul, let's go. Feel that? It was like a tremor. Oh, I bet Mommy's in the field down there like she always is. If and you be well enough to walk around, why ain't you working like everyone else? Everyone around here's got to earn their keep, you know. If you got nothing else to do, you should try fishing, son. It's mighty relaxing. It's a good question. Why aren't you working? What was that rumbling a while back? I'm sure it's fine. Did you feel that tremor? Must be an omen. I know it. Something bad's gonna happen. Sounds right. That sounds true. That sounds correct to me. I'll tell you what. Now what? What do you want? Why don't you mind your own business? We can take care of ourselves. Okay. The cart went and fell over and everything started shaking. Oh no. Not your cart. What's all this ruckus about? Okay, there's Mammy. Let's talk to everybody who isn't Mammy first. Looks like the mountain's acting up again. You know, these mountains, they always just be acted up. Look, if a mountain is acting, you have a problem. The mountain yonder is starting to act up.
The reason being, there's exactly one kind of mountain that acts. It's not the kind of mountain you want to be acting. That's actually not necessarily true. You do get avalanches and stuff like that, which you could consider to be the mountain being active. But an avalanche is also bad. That's also a thing that you don't want. Ah, Ryom. Something amiss? Mountain over there started smoking. Looks like it might be making ready to blow. That does not look like a mountain. That looks very tiny. Looks like an anthill. Whenever there's that there mountain starts a smoking, it means the god of the mountain's angry at something. God? Yep, they say there be a god living inside the mountain. And that if he gets angry, there will be a horrible disaster. At least that's what the stories say. Okay, bye. Where you be going? I doth wish to meet with this god. Interesting. So, there is a missable item here. Be careful, eh? Here, take this. So if you come back, you just get a rice ball. Let's take a look at it. Handmade by Mammy. Restores 1500 HP to one target. Oh boy. Okay, we're gonna save. We've now gotten all of the unique items in this area, I believe. So, it is tempting to try to avoid all of the fights that we can. But I don't know how effectively I'm going to be able to do that because I just don't know the routing, but that's okay. A god, eh? We unfortunately are immediately in a random encounter, and we are still in the run away from every encounter situation. Oh god. And if we do counterattack and kill one of these things, we are going to have to reload. We did retreat successfully on turn 3. I am keeping track of this. I'm keeping an eye out for a turn 4 flea. I have not had a turn 4 flea. I have had several turn 3s. So I'm going to go back this way, which cannot happen. Okay. Okay, there's a bunch of items around here. So this is 2 random encounters. Lavoid. I do feel like the 3-turn limit is in fact in effect. I feel like there haven't been that many times that it's taken 3 turns, so it's not like unreasonable to think that I just haven't gotten unlucky enough to get 4 in a row before. But it happens with a fair enough degree of regularity that, particularly against certain enemies, that I feel like some of the faster enemies we would have run into a problem with earlier if it was possible to. Alright, I believe that we are just going straight to here, and that any other direction is just going to get us to a thinger. Huh. You can learn enemy skills with Falu. If I run into the boss before I run into one of these things, I think I will... reload. I think I'm just gonna run into the boss immediately, right? No, I'm not. Okay, so... This is actually a fairly long dungeon. I don't think I can run into the enemy I'm looking for in here. Oh, that's interesting. This isn't even on the list. I think I'm gonna reset. I want to pick up Blitz. How do I get Blitz? Give me a second. Yes, they are not inside at all. So we go... How do I go? Okay. Yeah, we're going to reset. This is a rare situation where we can do something on Falu that actually has an impact on the game. And we're going to do that. Well, I mean, other than just giving myself EXP that I don't want. The reason that I'm reloading for this, every time I run from a fight, I am getting experience on Quay. We do not want any experience on Quay that we don't need. So what's basically happening is I'm going to be getting into a fight with a... I'm going to be getting into a fight with the thing in one of the required fights as I'm climbing the mountain. So if I don't run into an enemy pack that has the thing that I want, I will probably just immediately reload. I am curious. I think it's probably fine and good for me to do this all in one section. That is not what we're looking for, but it doesn't matter. Basically, the only time that I have to reload for this is if I get a counterattack and kill something, which a single counterattack will kill the enemies here. So if I counterattack and kill something, or if I get all the way to the entrance of the volcano without running into the build-out enemy. That is a cairn. That is not a build-out. And we're very close to the entrance now. So we might have to reload. On the plus side, though, it's at least very fast. Okay, so we actually only have to get into 2 fights here. If I do that optimally, we're only going to get into 2 fights before the entrance. This shouldn't take too long, and we can basically just get into the 2 fights that we're going to get into here, and then it's really unfortunate. I didn't realize that I could learn skills while I was on Falu. I believe that getting Blitz is hard outside of this. Like, not hard. I think that you have to wait until fairly late in the game to get Blitz if you don't get it here. But I could be wrong. It could be that it's actually very easy to get, that I can get it from a master fairly early or something like that. I don't remember the game that well. But I believe this is the earliest opportunity to get Blitz, and so we're going to get Blitz here. You can also run into a random encounter in between these 2 locations. And if you get into a random encounter, there's different enemies that are not available elsewise. I wonder if there's like an enemy skill that you could learn from that. That being said, it doesn't matter because the way that we're running the build right now, we're not planning on getting into any more encounters that are necessary. Because we're not planning on actually leveling. Okay, we got the Lavoid again. This is the same pack as last time, but we didn't get an ambush this time. The previous time we ran into the Lavoid, we got an ambush. So we definitely aren't on like the exact same RNG. Okay, this is pretty much perfect actually. We guard. Blitz comes out and we learn it immediately. Hell yeah! Oh my god, that's a lot of hits. Oh boy, Faolu. Learn Blitz. Hey, let's go. Okay, so we got Blitz. And since we learned Blitz, I believe, if I look at my skill list, I have the same skills on Faolu that I have on Quay. And since we have the same skills, I assume that means that anything that I learn on Faolu will automatically get learned by Quay, which is, I think, a very cool mechanic, just in general. Wow, we got through that first room without a single fight. Let's go. We're getting like full on. These physical attacks are scary as fuck because. Oh boy. I can learn Ebonfire here? I can learn Ebonfire here. That's interesting. Huh. So you can learn Ebonfire here, and I already knew that. I knew that you could learn Ebonfire here. What I didn't realize is that you can learn Ebonfire with Faolu, because the requirement is that you have to be a certain level, and Faolu is level 64. So he's going to be high enough level. I'm a little concerned about my HP pool right now. I'm not as healthy as I'd like to be. So we could actually die, and that would be really funny. It would be very, very funny to just literally die on the way. I don't think we'll die to the boss. The boss, we should be fine. Okay. Thou art the one that claimeth to be a god? Me god, who you, tidy man? Thou art not a god. Thou art but a mere shadow, something that hath drunk of the dregs of the power of gods, and believe that doing so maketh you a god yourself. Thou hast been affected by our and the other's power, that is all. Me not understand, puny man. Puny man talk funny. Does puny man think me stupid? Yes. Perhaps. Perhaps the world needeth not gods? What sayest thou? Puny man not making sense. Me not understand, puny man. Yes, yes, Faolu. Kill all the gods. You're right, we don't need gods. Kill them all. Wipe out the gods. Let's go. New protagonist unlocked. Okay, Marl. You have any cool things I can learn? Summon Kill. Claude and Belwood. Huh.
1 second. I want to check something. Alright. I'm going to focus down this one. I believe, based off of the AI, that it will resummon them if alone. One of the things that's interesting is that this boss, I don't know that there's any way to actually do it. But this boss is actually weak against Thingamabobber. Jeez, Blitz. It's weak against earth damage. Which is kind of interesting, right? That did nothing. Should I be using, like, Eraser or something? I don't think it's resistant to ice, in particular. Let's just try Eraser, see how much damage Eraser does on the amount of HP that I'm sitting on right now. Kinda curious. Oh god. Okay, wait a second. That's interesting. I wasn't expecting that. Wait, so if I just spam Eraser, are you gonna do nothing except summon? Oh, well. How much damage does it do? I can just press X to skip. That does more damage single target than I would do with the thing. So I guess oh wait. If it summons additional copies, I get more experience pro. Fuck. Okay. I do in fact need to just kill. How much experience is Bellwood worth? I'm gonna get some extra experience here. That's the EXP are you worth? You're worth 1,000 EXP. So, not the end of the world, I don't think. But we definitely do need to not use Eraser, because if we use Eraser, we're going to be getting, I don't know, maybe like 50% more experience by the time the battle's over. Good to know. But yeah, if you don't care about getting EXP on Ryu, then I think the strategy for this boss fight is actually just to use Eraser every turn. Eraser does more single target damage, and it will clear out the adds, and by clearing out the adds, it forces the boss on the next turn to resummon them. So the boss is going to get half as many turns as it should get, and you'll be doing more damage. Eraser is based off of how much HP you have left, so that's a strategy that you would implement at the beginning of the fight. Jesus, am I going to die? Am I actually going to die to Claude? Tomorrow? I'm going to try just a normal physical attack and see if that helps. Why did you do 1,000 that one time? Okay, counter is good. We like counters. Okay, we're done. We're good. Scared the shit out of me. Okay. So we did get an additional 2,000 EXP from this fight on Faolu.
And this fight is worth how much? 25,000 EXP? Actually, give me a second. Why 25,000? Because... Shouldn't it be 24,000? No, one of them's worth 1,000 and one of them's worth... Wait. No, that wouldn't make sense because I killed them both twice. Wait, no. One's worth 1,000, one's worth 1,500 though. What's the other one called? Dolid and whatever. It doesn't matter. So they're actually worth 2,500 for each additional one that you kill. So it's like 10% more experience for each one that you kill. A little bit more than that. It's not a huge deal, but it's not optimal. We potentially got an extra level out of that, but almost certainly not, right? The Endless are summoned to this sphere. This changes the very nature of balance, the very balance of nature itself, flooding the world with energies, both powerful and dangerous, and doth cause those beings easily influenced by it to think themselves gods. What then do mortals thinketh? Do I have to walk back out? Oh no. I have to walk back out the front door? Oh, that's concerning. I could die on my way out. Oh, this is bad. I don't have a good way to heal myself. And Ebonfire did 900 damage. And is not the only attack that was doing significant damage, but I think it was the highest damaging attack that I dealt with. Fuck. I missed the jump, so we got an extra couple of feet here. Okay, we run away. That's bad. Blitz is not great either. Jesus Christ. I think we're gonna die. I think I'm actually gonna die on my way out of this fucking cave. Because I don't have self-healing on Faolu. I guess I technically do. But it's gonna take 2... maybe 3 fights together. It might only take one. We made it a sizable distance up this cliff. Please, okay, we got out. I think we only have one more enemy that we need to fight. If I manage to maneuver correctly. What? You? What'd you do? What'd you do to the god of mountain? Normal folks don't be going around doing stuff like that. Who are you? No, what are you? I don't know what you're talking about. Also, we made it. We got Blitz. We got a little bit more XP than we needed to, but that's fine. I thought you'd show up if we called you here. You're the dragons that watch over this world, right? Indeed, young dragon. Thou hast already met us. I am Pungryong, the Wind Dragon. As you probably already know, I called you here so we could talk about Quay here. The Yorai Dragon. He whose role is not yet set. As you know, Quay is incomplete. I'd like you to share your power with him. If he's able to gain the powers of the ancient dragons, then maybe Quay can become whole. Whilst we do not seek to see thee fail in thine endeavour days, know this, thou who art without form of thine own. As thou art aware, the other half of the Yorai dragon be the first emperor of the Foe Empire, Fo Lu. I call it the Foe Empire and call him Fao Lu. Already he hath awakened. Kuei shall become complete, by joining with Fo Lu shall he do so. This destiny he cannot escape. What do you mean he can't escape it? We don't want him to join with his other half. That's why we called you. I thought you to help us prevent that from happening. Wait, what are you talking about? This might be a stupid question, but why do you want to prevent Kuei from meeting the Emperor? Is it really that bad? Listen, dear, you remember that what the abbess in Czech told you about the pillars of light and all? Think about it for a second. Here we've got Kuei, just born fresh out of the gate. On the other hand, we've got Fo Lu, who built the Empire and has been alive for centuries. Whose light do you think is bigger? Is stronger? You mean, if they merge, Kuei will be swallowed up by Fo Lu and disappear? Oh. Hear us, days. We who watcheth over this sphere must e'er strive to maintain a position of neutrality. Why? Why? It matters not which becometh a god, does it not? It matters a lot to me. Once he becomes a full god, I need Kuei to send me back to where I came from. Thou wouldst use a god's power for thine own benefit? Yeah! What are you talking about? How are the people of this world any different? They yank us from our worlds and make us into their gods. They make us work for their benefit. You trying to tell me I should stay like this? In this borrowed body forever? It's fucked up. It's fucked up to ask me to do that. Hey, I want to talk to you. Not just anyone can pass by the god of the mountain. Who are you? What are you doing here? Mammy says you're her cousin that been a guard in Kyoin, but I bet that ain't true now, is it? Now. Don't be worrying your head over little things like that. We should just be glad that the mountain's quieted down, right? Ryong, you must be tired. Go home and rest a spell now, eh? Is that a good idea? Who do you think he is, coming to a village like that? Grumble, grumble. Never trust a landlord, am I right? Who stopped the mountain? Well, that's pretty impressive. How'd you do that, huh? Everyone else is chill. They're like, oh, great, the mountain isn't going to explode? That's great for me. Looks like the mountain's gone quiet again. Do you have something to do with it? If the mountain kept going on like it was, it could have been a spot of trouble. Cool beans. What was that rumbling a while back? If and you got nothing else to do, you should try fishing. It's mighty relaxing. Little kid. Alright, so most of them don't actually have new dialogue. That's fine. I guess we go save. We don't go save, we go cutscene. Methinks it not be wise that we persist in this relationship. Ryong, don't let what the landlord said bother you. All the folks in the village are thankful for what you did, and so am I. Don't let it bother you that the person who runs the joint and has, you know, a lot of power and influence here is very clearly upset because you represent a... I am actually just going to save this because we did get a bit of extra experience. If I fuck that up, it's fine. We will... No, I'm not going to worry about it. If I got one extra level under an agility master, I'll live. I'll live. I'm not going to redo all of that. He be this way, Sarah. 'Twould appear I must needs fight my way out. Nay, mayhap I can still escape, unnoticed by yon soldiers. Mayhap indeed. How are you going to escape by going into a building? What is this? What matter is this village to me? Why dost I hesitate? My path be clear. Defeat yon troops and make my way to Shado. And yet... So this is where you've been hiding him, huh? Hiding? We didn't know he was wanted. I told all the folks in the village to get anything that could be used as a weapon. We'll help you catch him, alright? Maybe. She's got like a plank. Thou wouldst do such a thing? Thou wouldst protect me, hinder their attempts to encage me? Thou art taking a great risk. What whilst that's whilst, that should be whilst, thy fellows think of thee. I knew as soon as I saw you that there was something different about you. It is very funny that they just, like, let her do that. And I thought, maybe if you hid out here with me, you might be able to live a normal life with me. I know it's silly, it cannot be, but I wish so hard it would. Forgive me. I never should have made you stay here. Mammy, what are you doing? Open the door! The oven wall will be broken. You can crawl through it and get outside. Hurry. When you get outside, go to the shrine in the woods. Be careful they don't see you. There'll be a road behind the shrine you can use. Go while you still can. The crack in the oven wall isn't very large, but you can probably fit through. There was only this woman inside. You were hiding Folu, weren't you? Did you live with him? Take her back to Estada. We may be able to use her in the Carronade. Wow. Thou sayest thou shalt return to thine own world days. Thou sayest this as thou knowest not our way. Once we have served our purpose, once our time as gods has passed, we become as you see us now, dragons. And thus do we watch over the world, 'tis our fate, and thine. Fate? You keep using that word. Is that all you can talk about? Look, are you going to help us or not? In case you've forgotten, unlike you, neither I nor Quay are complete. I, for one, have no intention of turning into some ugly dragon and spending the rest of my days watching over this stupid planet. Verily, thou art imperfect. It be both in our power and nature to succour thee. However, the Yorai dragon, Quay will meet with his other half, Folu. That destiny cannot be avoided. Before that destiny be fulfilled, seek thee our true selves, that thee might gain our power. Where can we find you all? Once before have we met in the barren sands. I regret any harm I may have caused thee then. We live within and throughout the world. Seek us out, that thee might have our strength. When Quay joins with his other half, mayhap our strength will be of use. Just tell me one thing. When you were all brought here, didn't any of you think about trying to go back home? One cannot swim against the river of fate days. Come what may, with Quay, we shall watch over the fate of this world. You're now able to draw upon the Wind Dragon's power. You learned Rainstorm. That's interesting. I don't actually have to go talk to the Wind Dragon again. Fate, huh? They make it sound like they wanted to come here. No, they make it sound like they're not really people. So, Days is very clearly a person, right? It's hard to say with Quay, because Quay is like an amorphous blob by virtue of the tropes of the silent protagonist. So, Ryu is not a character in the classic sense. Some silent protagonists are very clearly a character, right? Like in Mario RPG, Mario clearly has a personality. Like he has an agenda. He's clearly emoting and talking. Like he clearly has an agenda. Days is very clearly a person. I don't know if these dragons are people anymore. Like I feel like they were at some point, probably, but I think that it's very likely that the binding of the summons is a thing that removes their agency and their fundamental personhood in some way. That in some ways they are less complete than Days or Quay are. The Days and Quay have retained their personhood, but the summoning binds the brains of these beings to make them subservient to the whims of mortals, right? They are being summoned to be used as tools by mortals. The fact that they seem to think that being a tool of mortals is good doesn't seem like an accident to me. That seems like a consequence of their summoning, and the fact that Days and Quay were summoned via different means than the others, and they are clearly people. They clearly have fully developed, like, they have a sense of, like, wanting things. They have desires. That, to me, implies that they are more complete intellectually than the dragons are. Why do you want to return to where you came from so strongly? Is it because you don't like it? I was trapped in a metal cage for who knows how... What do you mean? What about you, Quay? Of course I want to get out of here. Think about it, little birdie. What would you do if you were suddenly pulled into some world you'd never... They got isekai'd. Days was literally isekai'd. And she's in, like, the worst isekai in existence. She was isekai'd, but then while she was isekai'd, she was thrown into, like, this garbage trash body that she doesn't want to be in. And then in addition to that, she's clearly not the main character, and she knows it. She's like, oh shit, not only was I isekai'd, I don't get any of the benefits of being isekai'd. This is some bullshit. I think I'd do my best to help the people of that world. Yeah, okay, sure, Nina. Oh, brother. I'm with Days. Days has been kidnapped and brought to a foreign land that wants to enslave her. Fuck off, Nina. Absolutely fuck off with that shit. No fucking shot. Priority now is get Quay strong enough so he has a chance against Folu. We've got to find the dragons and get them to help us. Okay.
You know, if someone shackled me to an iron prison and you know, was like doing, you know, and wanted to enslave me in their world, you know, I feel like what I would do is just do anything that they ask. And it's like, you know what, Nina, I actually agree with you. I agree that that's what you would do. And I find it morally reprehensible.
This is a character flaw that you have, actually. This is a significant character flaw that you have. You know what? But here's the thing, though. I don't think she would have that response at the beginning of the game before she met Quay. I actually don't think that's... You know what? I don't think before she got wrapped up in this fucking endless bullshit that she would have had that response. I feel like she would have been a person. I feel like she would have been a human being and gone, wow, that's crazy.
That's crazy. You were like just living your life, and then someone stripped your soul out of your body and encaged you in a fucking suit of armor, and with the goal being to enslave you to use to their purposes. And now the people that are ostensibly in a similar situation to you are just like talking shit like you should enjoy the fact that the humans want to enslave you. Wow. That really sucks. I'm so sorry to hear that, Days. So here's the thing, right? Days is an asshole, right? Like, to be clear, Days is an asshole. Days is particularly an asshole to Urshan, right? Like, Days' behavior toward Urshan has been objectively, like, really shitty, right? With that being said, her behavior toward everyone who isn't Urshan, honestly, I cannot complain about it. Because if we're being perfectly frank, the rest of these assholes deserve worse. Someone's knocking on my head, Urshan. I had forgotten. Urshan is no longer inside me. Thank goodness you're awake. The Imperial Army's here. Uh-oh. They told me this is the village where the secret of the summoning the dragons is kept. I come all the way out here to see for myself. And what do I find? A deserted village. Our sources told us that the Yorai dragon would be here. Who are your sources? They must have come here looking for Quay. I wouldn't be surprised if they're after who was with him as well, including you. I had the village evacuated a while ago. They're safe. Come on, we should get out of here before they find us. Ha 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 ha. It would appear we have a problem. Urshan, if you have to get solo experience here, I am going to be so upset with you. If Urshan... okay, if we have soft-locked ourselves... If I have to fight a boss fight with Urshan, and we have soft-locked ourselves because Urshan is level 3, that's actually going to be the funniest shit on Earth. That's going to be really fucking hilarious. I apparently didn't pick up this Wyrm that was just sitting here in the village. Hey, you there! Huh? Ha! It appears we have been discovered. Don't worry about me, you've got to get away, run! If someone told you to escape, leaving them behind, what would you do? What would I do? Huh? What are you talking about? Who the heck are you, anyway? Since Urshan is no longer here, I find myself at a loss. I'm unsure what I should do. Huh? Who cares? Get him! Oh no. Have I soft-locked myself? I cannot escape. Oh! Charge! If this is game over... to look at one of these guides and see yada yada yada. So,
I don't. Unfortunately, the names of these is not. Okay, so the hope I can't believe I can't believe that I have to fight. I got all this way. I got this far. We got this far into the game. And with her at level 3. And we are unironically going to lose all of... She's going to get so much EXP, probably. Urshan. Why is Urshan going to get so much EXP? I guess I would give Urshan to Najomo for this on the final run, maybe. But does Urshan need that even? Is the agility necessary? I don't know. I'll have to look. We'll figure it out toward the end. All right. Unfortunately, we do need to just double blow and hope that we can survive. We might be fucked. Oh boy, it is worse than I thought. Oh boy. So I need to check the names of these creatures during the next fight. Did I save after I changed up my gear? Let's see. If I could use... I can't use Shadow Walk. It's been quite a while since I saved under the other file. Okay. I don't think I have anything... I can't believe... You know what makes this worse? This is not the only fight that I need to do. This is not the only fight that I need. And in addition to the fact that this is not the only fight that I need, the story requires that I lose. So I'm going to be dealing with a gauntlet that I have to get to the end of, and then I'm going to die anyway. So that's really rough. Right, I wanted to check this. This is Archer and Pikeman, so... Okay, this is Lucky Strikes, 600 HP, 50 power. Pikeman has 50 power as well, has a little bit less HP. I might have actually softlocked myself here. I don't know that I can win this fight. Like, do I have to rely on incidentally parrying like 10 attacks in a row. I think I've actually, honest to goodness, soft locked myself. I don't know that I can get through this sequence. This sequence might not be a winnable sequence with a level 3 Urshan. I don't think I've ever soft locked myself in a video game before. I mean, maybe I probably have, like, in some obscure way, but like I don't think I've done this to myself before. The number to beat on defense is, I believe, just getting to 50. I did this, that would get me part of the way there. I don't think it's possible with my current setup to... I think we're breaking the rules. So we have an item that increases our defense. So I don't think we're strictly soft locked. In the classic sense. We are soft locked if we don't use items. If we do use items, we might still be pretty close to soft locked. Now, I could, like, reload 300 times to try to get the RNG of them just missing that many attacks. But I don't really think... The archer has 600 HP. I want to see how much this does. If that doesn't crit, I should survive that. I should survive that hit if it doesn't crit. The issue is that I'm then going to die to the next hit anyway. So I don't know that I even can get out of this with Thanger. Huh. So how do I handle this? What could I do that would get me through this? Ebb and Fire definitely wouldn't get the job done. I managed to get one attack off earlier, right? When I had stripped myself. When I fully stripped down, I managed to dagger. So Blitz is tempting, but Blitz can't be used right now. Oh, this doesn't do what I thought it did. Let's see. I'm gonna equip the long boots and the Gargantua again. Let's see. I think that the means of getting through this. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to redo so much stuff if I'm gonna make this work, I think. If we get through the first fight, it's possible that I'll have enough... I might get like 3 or 4 levels off of the first fight and dramatically reduce the amount of damage that the enemies do. Double Blow is not going to be lethal. Risky Shot I don't believe is lethal. So... I do think... Wait, can I... I can use the King's Sword. This is not a consumable. So we don't even need to break the rules. Miss. That was not a Lucky Strike, but it did the same amount of damage as the Lucky Strikes were doing. Okay. Okay, so we have 20 minutes to figure this out. Yeah, we can now use the King's Sword, and we can use it from the inventory. And since we can use it from the inventory, we don't have to use a consumable. So we're actually in a position where we have an avenue to get this done. If we could basically survive a single round of attacks. I do outspeed them if I'm stripped down. I don't think that I actually equipped my gear, right? I did not. Okay, we need to equip the gear and then do the save next. The long boots are, I believe, putting me low enough that I'm slower. So it's possible that the strategy that I need to do is going to involve something else at the start here. We activate King's Sword. Please miss. Okay, we got King's Sword off before they went. Okay, wait. We're cooking. 81, okay. So with all of our gear on, we have roughly a speed tie with the archer, I think. If we could get one, if the lancer misses, then we get we win the speed tie. If both of those things happen, then I believe we can get 2 castings of Protect off. And with 2 castings of Protect, I
think I trivialized the damage output of the enemies. Oh boy. Can I get better armor for Urshan somewhere? I'm gonna have to figure out the availability of better armor for Urshan, because Urshan uses like unique armor. My assumption is that Urshan doesn't get any better armor available to them at this point, but I could be wrong. Let's see. Give me a second. Okay. Plans are being settled since it's the weekend. We now have Wyrms. Okay, so we are using the King's Sword. Miss? It did not miss. Miss? It did not miss. We take the white. You reload. I think if I can get through this first fight, then hopefully we can make things happen. I believe my other save file is before I left the other region, which means my other save file, I should hypothetically... Oh, I didn't check the EXP on these. I should hypothetically be able to put Urshan under Najomo from this file. So Urshan is not currently under Najomo. I was not anticipating that there was going to be forced XP on Urshan. I thought Urshan was going to get all the way to the master that they want without any mandatory experience, and that has not ended up being the case. So they have 125 EXP. So I'm gonna get probably gonna get up to like 6 or something. I don't know what the packs are here. So I think what I'm looking for is, most likely, I want to get probably Najomo. I have not seen a single miss so far. I'm a little concerned that I can't get missed. Does Urshan have the ability to parry?
Okay, this is not the stats that I want. We're gonna go for a couple more minutes. I think I'm actually gonna end a little bit early today because I'm meeting someone for lunch. I'm meeting my wife for lunch, and I'm kind of cutting it a little bit close. If I end stream it, what if I'm the one who suggested 1:30. It was a mistake. I should have said 1:45, but it doesn't matter. It's fine. I said what I said. You know, sometimes in life you make mistakes, and then you go, wait a second, don't I also need to like get myself properly dressed and things like that to go down? I am very concerned about the fact that I've not seen a single parry or miss this entire time. I don't know that I can parry on Urshan. If Urshan can't parry, if I don't have that mechanic on Urshan, there might be no chance that they miss these attacks, and if there's no chance that they miss these attacks, then I'm going to have to do some different stuff. With that being said, it doesn't change what needs to happen that much. I think that we've basically soft-locked ourselves here. This is a position where I don't know what master I have on Urshan. I should check, I guess. But Urshan almost certainly does not have the correct master for what I want, which would be... I would like to have Najomo as a master. So let's take a look. Your master is Stole or something, right? No, your master is Momo. So also not what I want. So what we basically need is to give Najomo to Urshan as a master, and then we need to feed a little bit of EXP to Urshan to make it so that Urshan can survive. I basically need enough EXP to give enough defense that one defense raise from this will bring me out of lethal range. To be clear, these are supposed to be extremely weak and easy enemies that Urshan just casually beats up. This is not supposed to be a difficult fight. This is not supposed to be a boss fight, but Urshan is not level 20, Urshan is level 3. There's a enormous difference in the amount of defense we have on this character, and this is a character who scales... Oh, shit! Doesn't even scale slightly with gear at this point, because we never get any defensive gear for them. So what I'm basically looking for is figuring out what is the threshold that I don't think Urshan can parry. I don't think there's a possibility that they miss. If there's no possibility that they miss, and I have as low of stats as I have, I feel like we're gonna... It doesn't really make that big a difference. So I'm gonna stop making attempts on this because we're late enough that I'm just gonna theory craft a bit. So basically what I'm looking for is I have to fight some number of fights here. Let me take a look at the enemies guide, because the enemies guide will maybe contain a list of the groupings here. So what is this, pikeman? So okay. It says this event battle, we're at check, right? Is just these two. How many of these do I have to do? All right, I'm going to look at this. We're going to go to check. Why are you like this? Why does nobody tell me how many battles there's going to be? This is a low-level game guide, and it still just says some battles. Sorry, I'm looking over here because. So what the fuck, man? Okay, so this says there's some battles. Are there 2? Are there 3? Is there 1? Dale. Where are you, Dale? Tell me, Dale, how many fights are there? This says a couple of battles. So Dale says a couple. A couple is 2. 2 is a couple. 3 is some or a few. 2 is a couple. 3 is not a couple. So if Dale is telling the truth, there's 2 battles in theory. So, Dale, are you telling me the truth? Let's check with Billy. Let's check with Billy. What is this place called? Check? Bum. Head outside and watch another scene, followed by a fight. More scenes, more fights. The language here implies at least 3 battles. I've looked at 3 guides. None of them are willing to tell me how many fights I have. This is insane. Okay. Actually, I should load this back up again. Okay. We're going to the end of normal stream time. Don't worry about it. So, no, we aren't. I can Google this information along the way. So what I'm going to do, the thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to figure out how much EXP Urshan is required to get here. And by learning how much experience Urshan is required to get here, which I might not find out. I might find out within a range, but we'll have a minimum value. At minimum, there's at least 2 battles that I need to do on Urshan. Okay, we need to do at least 2. Maybe we can escape or die in the second battle and it's fine. I doubt it. Bro, I have to beat all of these fucking fights. So with that being the case, what needs to happen here is I need to identify how much experience that these fights are worth, which should be easy for me to look up. That I have the enemy thing that gives me the EXP values. I think it's like 250 per fight or something like that. I think it's like 100 and 150 or something like that. So with that being the case, I'll be able to learn exactly how much experience I will get at a minimum, with probably I'll get more than that. And that will tell me how many levels I can pick up on Urshan that I have to get no matter what. That I can't avoid them. So what I'm looking to do is get Urshan enough EXP to be right before the next level that they're getting anyway. So let's say they're level 3 now and they would end at level 7. I want them to have almost but not quite enough experience to hit level 8 when they finish all of these battles.
And that's the idea, right? Is you don't change the amount of levels that you're getting overall, but you start at a higher level so that you can actually clear the fights. I'll have to look at Urshan's level range things and things like that as well, because I don't know how much defense Urshan's going to get from like level 3 to level 4, for instance. We'll have to figure it out. I think I'm perfectly happy with getting like a couple of levels on Najomo. Najomo does give 2 agility, which is good. And it's not a huge deal that I have to do this. It does suck that I don't get to do what I wanted to do with Urshan, which is put Urshan under 1 master the entire game from level 3. But the master we're putting them under is also a fairly good master. The only issue is the master that she's going to finish with is a master that doesn't drop agility. So technically speaking, we don't really need agility on Urshan, most likely. Though Urshan maybe doesn't have enough agility growth. We'll have to figure it out. Anyway, I'll look into this kind of stuff, and we'll have a solid solution by Monday when we will be continuing. So that's going to be it for today. Thank you everyone for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure, and I hope to see you on Monday when we're doing all of this content again. Like everything we did this stream. Bye.